Ladies and gentlemen, please settle down. We are ready to begin our first session of the day. Yet again, let me remind you of the regular conference hygiene. Please ensure that your mobiles are on silent mode. All right, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I trust you all had a great evening last night. And today, as we start the final day of India Climate and Development Partners Meet, I greet you all yet again. And let me remind you all once again that please ensure that your mobiles are on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, as I begin this morning, I want you all to ponder over this line as we start. Of all the attributes that have been bestowed upon all forms of biodiversity, all forms of life forms, what is one attribute that can be a game changer for the survival of that life form or that community, especially in the case or in the face of a challenge, a calamity, or any sort of unforeseen mishappening? That one attribute is resilience. And that is precisely what we are spotlighting on today morning. As we talk about the community resilience narratives, the community resilience is the ability of the community to prepare for, respond to, recover from, and adapt to adverse and hazardous events or gradual shifts introduced or induced by climate change. Community resilience is not static and is constantly evolving in the context of the expanding climate challenges faced. It is inherently multidimensional and interconnected. This section will distill the salient features from a range of initiatives that include using biodiversity and ecosystems to build nature-based resilience to enhancing livelihoods through artisanal support and global collaboration to build economic resilience as well. This session will highlight the replicable and scalable models that strengthen climate adaptation capacities while also advancing gender equity, food security, and human rights. The session will synthesize how the coming together of different elements and the importance of planning is critical to achieve higher order community resilience in a worsening climate scenario. I'd like to start inviting our panelists up here, starting with the session's chair. Please put your hands up for the context setter and moderator, the Partnership and Strategy Specialist for International Solar Alliance, Mr. Karan Mangotra. Inviting our other guests, I'd like to invite the Member Secretary for Goa State Biodiversity Board, Dr. Pradeep Sarmukadam. Ms. Chaya Bhanti is the founder and CEO of Vertiver. And as she joins us upstage, I next invite Ms. Sumita Ghosh, the founder of Rangasutra. Inviting next, Ms. Payal Nath, the founder of Kadam Heart. And finally, the founder and CEO of the Nudge Institute, Mr. Atul Satija. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have a brighter round of applause for such a pretty panel on this stage? So many beautiful colors this lovely morning. I leave this session in the hands of Mr. Karan Mangotra.
Check.
Thank you very much. And good morning, everybody. It's the second day, it's a sparsely populated room. But when I was tasked with this responsibility of moderating this session, I went back and started to see how the term resilience originated. It originated from a Latin word, which actually means the act of rebounding and springing back. It was a concept that was originally referred to the physical property of materials. Objects to return to their original shape or form after being bent, stretched, or compressed over a period of time. Now, over time, in the field that we all work in, this term is now being applied metaphorically to describe the ability of individuals, communities, countries, corporations, ecosystems to withstand and recover from the adversity, stress, or change that climate change is causing. Over the day yesterday, we heard some really insightful panels on various aspects of the interplay between climate and development. And communities have a huge role to play, but there's also a responsibility for the ecosystem towards communities. Community resilience to climate change thus becomes an essential, for enhancing the ability of societies to cope with environmental challenges, protect the vulnerable population, and ensure a sustainable and prosperous future for all of it, which is important to boost prosperity on a livable planet. 5 things come to my mind, when we start to discuss community resilience, both from a perspective of responding and recovering from disasters and from the perspective of preparedness. Policy and governance, risk assessments, planning and early warning systems, community engagement and participation, flexible and adaptive strategies, so in a sense, customized solutions, and investments into local economies, jobs, entrepreneurship, etc. I'm Karan Mangotra from the International Solar Alliance, and I'm delighted to moderate this panel of eminent speakers who will touch upon all these pertinent points. So, let me invite the speakers to provide an opening remark and request you to keep your interventions between 5 to 7 minutes. Let me introduce my first speaker, Dr. Pradeep Sarmukadam, who doesn't need an introduction, but he's with the Goa State Biodiversity Board and has very recently spearheaded the State Action Plan on Climate Change. Sir, you have built a robust SAPCC, which is built on an extremely robust analytical underpinning. So let me congratulate you on this, and also the initiative with the World Bank. From your experience, how was resilience embedded into this, and how do you make an overarching policy and governance framework around that? So over to you.
Thank you, Karan. State Action Plan, as you said, was a policy document. So when we make a policy for a subject which is a cross-sectional and technical subject like climate change, although people experience it, it was very interesting when we started consultations, and it was one of the most consulted State Action Plan on climate change which we did. And while doing it, it was not mere consultation, it was awareness and consultation, because first we had to tell them the trends, and backbone of this was the vulnerability assessment, which was, Dr. Raji was helping us in doing this. And the data analysis, what we did, getting the data was itself a biggest challenge. Then collating data from various departments who were doing it, including IMD. And based on that, we had to do a lot of awareness first. So after this, when people started talking, we came to know that already a lot of resilient things and which are nature-based solutions are already existing, and we need to strengthen. So the crux of our state action plan on climate change was considering the fact that whether it is mudflat, whether it is mangrove, whether it is sacred grove, all these are the examples of community managed ecosystems as well as community managed protective layers, which including the wetlands. And many of the cases where even without government intervention, with the social framework or social fabric that exists, where people were entrusted with maintaining certain things since the 7th century, their surnames are also based on their traditions. So when we found this, that climate change and the lifestyle for environment has been already embedded, we should have a facilitating role rather than creating a new framework which will not be known to people. So we thought of making things simple. We thought of integrating all the resilient activities into the state action plan, and for this we did 3-tier strategy. One was consultations with people, creating awareness, then going to the institutions, involving their scientific expertise, like whether it is Goa University, whether it is NIO, whether it is ICR and other institutions. Then we also consulted media and others, but most important was consulting government departments, because we know so many schemes which have overlapping provisions for the climate sector. They had to be integrated. We did the gap analysis, and that is how I think we have built in resilience to remove the overlapping areas, to include more areas where strengthening can happen, and most importantly, setting up a climate cell with the nodal officers in each department. And now we are signing MOUs with several colleges to involve their students, including Goa board, to involve them in, spreading awareness. I think enough knowledge material is available. Whether it is on ministry website about life cycle, which is climate resilient. We already have eco-cultural protocols in sacred groves. We have systems which are unique to Goa, like making Puran Sheti, which is a farming. We have just revived a farming model, which is completely nature-based, based on the silt which people used to collect within the flow of the river and have the delicacies. So all these things we are trying to integrate into climate program, saying that we want to revive this. So that was the objective, how we integrated all this into our action plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Pradeep ji. And I think, the key point that you're making is the importance of engagement with communities and, understanding the nuances and the behaviors of various people. So let me turn over to my next speaker, Chaya Bhanti, who's the founder and CEO of Vetiver. Chaya, in your area of work, you interact with a variety of communities, especially the forest and agriculture dependent ones, who require customized solutions to build resilience. And understanding and shifting behaviors become extremely important. Tell us something and about how do you do and work towards this as Vetiver.
Thank you so much, Karan. And if I could request the slide team to just show a couple of slides that we've put together, just to share a little bit of our process. So this is us, Vetiver, and we work at the overlap of, ecosystems conservation and climate action. If you could go to the next slide, please. When we talk about climate resilience, what we have tried to do is to, if you see to the right, I don't know if you can see the flower. We tried, when we were working with the project with SIF on natural farming, to actually understand what we are talking about with regard to climate resilience. Like, what does it actually mean when you're talking to field teams and kind of motivating them to go to farmers to help them adopt practices such as mulching or such as low chemical, bio input production, etc. What does it actually mean to say it's low carbon agriculture? So resilience, within this one little tiny flower, we have tried to map all the different factors that actually take into account the resilience, which then helps the field teams understand what is the mandate they are carrying. So similar to what Sir said, we also engage in a very, very iterative behavioral research-led process, which then translates into the right kind of messages, motivations, that will at least start the process with people. And once you start the process, then how do you make it easy? How do you make it attractive for people is what we work on. So to the other side, you see, we've done extensive amount of work with farmers in Punjab across 18 districts. And we've gone to Kisan Melas, and we've realized that a lot of farmers in Punjab, for example, really enjoy the entertaining, interactive conversations and really kind of fun and joy. These are little tiny belief systems that we need to tap into to be able to understand how people actually will respond to a message you might want to take. So this is for the TNC that we've been working with. So on top, you see a very, very influential saint who has become a kind of a figurehead for environmental conservation. So we go to him, we see what he'd like to say, then we go to farmers and we then develop very interactive games for farmers to actually understand how a regenerative practice might lead to real benefits on the ground. Then we will actually do a cost-benefit analysis and then develop an actual tool that allows them to understand that if they weren't to burn their crop residue, they would save themselves 3,000 rupees. So our work goes from behavioral research to economic analysis to messaging to visually communicating it, and also to make sure that it's very, very socio-cultural. So in the next slide, if you could just quickly show. This shows a bunch of games that we have created for farmers. We have about 17 gamified learning experiences we have created to communicate to farmers the importance of resilient practices such as DSR or SRI or several different things, and we have realized, and I myself have gone to the field in many, many states, I've realized the difference between going to a farmer and talking to them, kind of talking at them, telling them what's good for them and not, versus going to them and saying, hey, we're just going to come have fun together. So I really kind of define it as the fact that everybody is suffering from information fatigue in our entire development value chains. And what we need, and what we're also suffering from, is a connection scarcity. So behavior change is about reconnecting people, understanding their belief systems, and what we try to do is work within those belief systems to develop approaches where people can engage with the science behind climate action, natural farming, forestry conservation, etc., and then move towards actually adopting those actions. Hopefully I didn't take too long.
Thank you very much, Chaya. And that's actually a great plug for our next speaker, Sumita Ghosh, who's the founder of Rang Sutra. And I really like the phrase of communication scarcity. Connection scarcity. Of what you said. So Sumita ji, as at Rang Sutra, tell us how, through your experience, are you bridging the gap between artisans, markets, tradition, and modernity?
Okay, so that's Rang Sutra, the thread that connects all these. And Rang is color, so we actually work with colored thread. Rang also means passion, which is also combined with compassion when you try to connect the thread. But at Rang Sutra, we believe in being the change we want to see in the world. So right from our inception, we took a lot of time to create, participatory approaches and have artisans participate actively instead of just being beneficiaries. So it took a while. It took about 2 years, but we managed to convince 1,000 artisans, 800 of them being women, to put in 1,000 rupees each, and that's how the first equity of our company was collected. Post that, others, including myself, I took loans from friends and family, plus others put in money, and we started this company, which we call a community-owned social enterprise, and our goal is to ensure sustainable livelihoods for rural artisans. And sustainability is another core thing to our aspect to our work, because we started work in the desert regions of Rajasthan, where drought is every other year is a drought, or every 2-3 years there's drought. So it started as drought proofing, and we realized that with the incredible craft skills and the craft heritage that people had, and the local raw materials, there's a lot of wool around there, that we could create livelihoods, by putting in certain things. And these other things that we do are basically create a very strong ethical, if I may say, with ethical practices, chain, supply chain or value chain. So we, apart from ownership, we also ensure that locally the artisans who are based in villages, we create a village production centers where they can come and work together instead of going to a factory far away. It's walking distance in their village. And there they learn from each other, they teach each other, they learn about new things like how to manage production, how to manage quality, how to do timely production, and so that it goes to market. We also do things like our designers don't sit in some city on a laptop and create new products, but co-create them along with the artisans themselves so that you're building that capability. And most important, all this would not really have been possible without partnerships, because while we've managed to do all this very strongly on the ground in Rajasthan, in Uttar Pradesh, and most recently in Jammu and Kashmir, where we've partnered with the World Bank and the government of Jammu and Kashmir to sort of build resilient livelihoods for artisans who had been affected by the floods in 2014. So we realized that market partnerships are very important, because we are not going to be able to understand that, cater to the market. So we've partnered with, we look at our market partners not just as buyers, but as partners. And over the last 18 years, we have developed strong partnerships like this with 4 large brands who've really helped us also not just understand the market, but also put in place systems on the ground which are transparent, which are, which are able to cope with emergencies that come on the way. Like, for instance, we had, during COVID, because we were not in city factories, our artisans could get back to work in their villages very soon, just after the lockdown was lifted. So it meant that we have a very flexible, our work approach is also flexible. It's not a very typical factory setting. And that's helped us create this strong, sustainable businesses on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sumita ji. And I think the importance that you highlighted of transparent and nimble processes is an extremely important one. Going on to Payal Nath, who's the founder of the Kadam Heart. Payal ji, I must say that I was particularly intrigued going through your website on those handmade ones, and those roti boxes really got my attention. So at Kadam Heart, how are you working towards making these so-called alternative livelihoods the mainstay?
Thank you, Karan, for the question. And but before I answer your question, I want to take you back what happened before Kadam Heart was born. Kadam is the NGO was born, and the whole idea of Kadam is a tree of Indian origin. That's so Kadam was born to work with only grasses. We decided to work primarily with grass, because grass is the most resilient, climate resilient material that grows, at least in our country. There are 12 sub-families that exist of grasses that exist in the planet. And India as a country, we are fortunate, 10 of them grow in our country, 10 sub-families out of the 11,500 species of grasses. Why we chose grass to work with in making products that you see in Kadam Heart now? Because the people, the communities, were the poorest of the poor. They're called the ultra poor. And it's maybe because of not being an exotic craft, India is known more for handlooms, embroideries, and certainly not for basketry. So basketry people were the poorest in the country. And that's the time when I was working as a consultant with the Ministry of Commerce. And I realized that me as a consultant was earning that point of time much, much, much more than the entire village put together in a month. So it hurt me, it pinched me and I wanted to do something with this, with the basketry people, because most of the projects, I'm sorry to say, but they would start and they would die after the project is over. What happens to the community with a project that was started? And so Kadam as an NGO was born in 2006. We work to identify the strength of the community, the makers. We work to identify the strength of the material. Now, every grass has a different chemical composition. It's extremely resilient. It's growing in wasteland or in forest cover. And this grass does not need, it's water positive. It does not need water to grow. It doesn't need any fertilizers to grow. So it's already a very resilient material. That's the strength. But besides this, what kind of a product should be made? For example, the roti box that you mentioned, after a research in every grass that we do, that roti box is sabai grass, made in sabai grass. Now, sabai grass was used in colonial period by the British Army to pull their artillery. So it's extremely strong. It has a lot of high tensile strength. And we do a lab test of every material that we work with. So sabai also has an antifungal and antimicrobial property. And that's why it's perfect to make either bags, which you can put in 80 kilos if you want. You can put in bricks in a bag made of sabai grass and carry it. And a roti box because it's antimicrobial, antifungal to keep your chapatis. So to study the material, the grass, which is growing locally, combine that to train the community to be able to make a livelihood, to come out of poverty, and this is a resource which is easily available. And to marry that together with the product which is actually required in the market at the right price. So if you say roti box, it's available at $8.99 only. And most of our products you'll see at Kadam Heart are within 1,500 rupees. 1,500 is so average order value is 1,400. So we've been able to, I think, crack the marriage. It's a perfect marriage between the community who wanting regular work with the material, whatever locally is growing in that area. And right now we work in 5 states with 9 kinds of grasses. We work with UNESCO in West Bengal. We work with World Bank in Kashmir. And we work with a couple of others in Sikki grass. And like Sikki grass, for example, in Bihar, traditionally the people were making toys with that grass. But when we do a test, it is very, it's got high medicinal properties. It's full of flavonoids and alkaloids. So what are we making? We are making cookie jars in which you can put your food directly. Because of high medicinal value. So yeah, so there you go. The strength combining of everything is what gives rise to a 3-year training before the NGO exits and Kadam Heart, the brand, enters to ensure month-on-month orders to the community which has been trained by the NGO.
Thank you, Payal. And I think the importance of understanding the right problem and the material and the economics. And, I'll come back to you in the second round on that kind of question. Let me move to Atul Satija, who's the founder and CEO of the Nudge Institute. Atul, in your world, what are your experiences of mainstreaming and future-proofing skills amongst youth to take it towards resilient livelihoods? Over to you.
Thanks, Karan. Quick question, actually. Is everyone able to hear us? Are we all clear? Okay, awesome. There's a little bit of an echo if you can manage that back to us. A lot of our work is in livelihoods, both urban and rural. And given the question's more urban, I'll just take an example to illustrate urban, and then we'll touch rural briefly as well. The biggest livelihood disruption we saw in our recent memory was the COVID-induced distress migration of a large number of people in urban areas having forced to go back to villages. And we saw the economic, social impact of that in India, also globally. We know that what COVID did is a very small fraction of what climate risk is capable of doing. When COVID disruption happened, large number of people moved back to the villages, but they had the skills to survive in a village because that's where their generations have been and they grew up in. But when the opposite happens, people don't bring the capabilities they need to survive in a new place. So when climate-induced migration will force people to go from rural areas where they've been for generations because of lack of ability to produce or any other sort of climate-induced poverty, and people move to nearby cities or bigger cities, they need something to do there. And we have two problems there. One, there aren't enough jobs to absorb large number of climate migrants into cities. Even if there are jobs, they may not necessarily have the capabilities required to fit into these jobs. Obviously, you don't have agricultural opportunities in cities, livestock opportunities in cities, so most of the jobs are either in industry or services. And climate-induced risk is one. We are also facing the risk of disruption of jobs because of AI in the future, which means people need to be adapting to climate risk while also figuring out how to live with AI risk in jobs in the future. We don't know where manufacturing jobs are going to come from. India has partially missed the bus and trying to catch up now, so it's still a game to be seen how it is played out. But service sector jobs are the largest number of net new jobs India will see in the next decade that we need to harness. We've been doing skilling for 8 years now. We've skilled 30,000 people, got them into a Starbucks, PVR, Bangalore Airport, BPOs, etc., etc. But all the things we learned in doing this skilling is that unlike manufacturing where I can't learn plumbing and go and suddenly start operating a lathe machine, in service sector that is not the case. The lowest common denominator of skills in service sector is basic communication skills and some life skills. And I can go from a retail to hospitality, hospitality back to retail, to nursing back into hospitality, etc. Which means that just by giving one multivitamin capsule of communication and life skills, you can make people have enough resilience to go from one sector to the other to the third and build their career on top. So what do we really need? I mean, China did that when they realized they have to now trade with the rest of the world. They skilled the whole country in English. And while we are riding on English as an opportunity and as history, we are a little bit hesitant on adopting English at larger scale for big cities. But also investing in communication skills in vernacular is something we are not doing as much. So we need both. For service sector, this is good enough capsule to get 100, 200 million people in the next 15, 20 years to get into entry-level service sector jobs. But there are different ways to disseminate this as well. You need large-scale rapid skilling. Think of it as like quick capsules that you give to people so they can get into an entry-level Goli Vada Pav and then go to Starbucks and then go to properties like this. That is one thing, right? Informal rapid skilling that we need to do. We also need to figure out high-quality formal education on vocational skills. There is still a huge aspiration for formal degrees, especially the audiences we are discussing here. 100 seat nursing college gets on an average 40,000 applications. A skilling institute of 100 has to go out and spend half their money in mobilization of people. Something is wrong here, right? What people are asking for, we are not marrying with what we think they need. So we need a high quality formal skilling infrastructure that is a miss. The third thing that we need is a meaningful partnership between government, private sector, to enable people to become apprentices. Most people in India have acquired skills through becoming an apprentice. That's how a truck driver helper who's starting by cleaning the shisha starts to hold the wheel and then starts to sit in the seat and start driving. That's how all of us have learned, whether it is coding, whether it is digital marketing, whether it is product management, whether it is community mobilization, whether it is anything else we do. Very few of us use the skills we learn in college to build our life on. So meaningful apprentices is a huge, huge, huge thing that we as a country haven't cracked. In my organization, we run a non-profit incubator, and one of our incubatees is a non-profit called Right Walk Foundation in UP. They partner with the UP government, and they have enabled 70,000 apprentices in the last 1 year alone in industry in UP. And we need that to be multiplied 10x, 20x to actually start moving the needle at that level. So that's on the urban side we see. There's obviously a lot on the rural side that's been talked about, which I'll skip. But I'll just sort of say this, that, you know, if you look at this trajectory of climate adaptation, there is a diminishing return on both effort and time of every dollar we put in this. The more we delay, the less time we have. And the less effort we put now, you can't compensate that with the same effort later. We have to put 10x the effort later. And every dollar we put in climate resilience today is far cheaper than what we might have to put 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10 years from now. So there is no time to not invest in climate, not just mitigation, but also adaptation, whether it is dollar, whether it is effort. This is the time for us to put that effort.
Thank you, Atul. And you know, the aspects of partnerships and engagement with communities has come up through the interventions that you've all made. Pradeep ji, let me turn to you. And you know, you had mentioned that there was an inclusive and an engagement-driven process to develop the SAPCCs. But now as it moved towards implementation, how do you ensure that these engagement platforms continue?
Yes. Since the plan was based on the consultations, as I said, the basis was grounded. And the advantage we had it, like we took several projects. For example, since everybody is talking about livelihood, our experience in biodiversity conservation for first 5-6 years, we were talking to people about biodiversity conservation, problems of climate change through the ecological perspective. What is the ecological importance? How we should conserve? And there was a change, there was some response. But when we started talking to them from the livelihood perspective, we thought we should take a program. And in 2019, there was a global theme of biodiversity, that our biodiversity, our health, our food, that was the theme. So we said this is the best opportunity to connect conservation to the livelihood. And that is what we did, is we started, like somebody said, we started opening multi-product processing centers based on the traditional wisdom of the unique condiments that were recorded in people's register. So our state has some of the unique people's biodiversity registers which records the traditional wisdom, and we do the scientific validation. We have 3-tier system rather, that's a different thing, but we took it further and we said we will have those products like which are not available in the market, whether it is star fruit pickle, whether it is jackfruit pickle. And you know, if people get more money from jackfruit, which is now known as superfood, more flora, means more fauna is conserved, right from reptiles to so many birds coming, including, you know, our state animal, which likes the gaur, which likes jackfruit most. So then what we did is we started these 2 centers, livelihood was given, and we created a brand. We did not stop there. We created something called GOVAN, Govan. So it sounds like Goan, and there is one, that is VAN. So minor forest produce. So interventions coming out of this, whether it is minor forest produce connected to the livelihood, whether it is you know, unique recipes which come from this, and whether it is, you know, cold pressed coconut oil, which is because of innovation. So many products came. But what I would like to stress is, from here we came out with the ideas like institutionalizing practices which are traditionally existing like Kulagar. What I would like to say, we talk about Miyawaki, but in Goa we have a practice of multi-layered for agricultural plantation, agro-horticultural practice we can call it. From January to December, how can they ensure their income? And the plantation is completely nature-based. If you look at it, multi-layered, right from small bushes to you will have ficus, and you will have even those trees, of course, areca nut, mango, kokum, but it is a multiple plantation. And now we are working on carbon removal units, how we can also monetize this existence value of these Kulagar. And I am very happy to say that such practices, whether it is Kulagar, whether it is Puran Cheti, which are practically existing, we are trying to institutionalize so that buyback arrangement is done, a complete loop system. It is not just preaching people do this, but when you do this, we assure you buyback of climate resilient rice varieties, we buy back, we sell at a premium cost with premium brand, so money flows back and the whole loop is closed. Like this, whether it is in coastal ecosystem, whether it is low-lying areas of Goa, whether it is uplands, whether it is forests, and whether it is all the practices that are happening which are nature-based. And one important example I would like to give, that normally we talk about only mangroves or say high-value thing, mushrooms, coming again from nature. Nobody can cultivate termitomyces mushroom. It cannot be grown in the laboratory, but you can find only in termite mounds. So that conservation, which is again connected to livelihood. I think nature-based solution, we have to also look at those locations. Because I remember my first phyto-reed which I made for an industry was based on one location which was most polluted. And we saw colocasia and canas coming up and said, since these plants have come up, they are treating this waste. And we collected them, we grew, and we found BOD and COD was reduced 5 times, even when we applied it to the industry. It means the nature-based solutions, if they are well researched, well applied to different situations, it can be such an opportunity for livelihood. And of course, everything is climate resilient, if you look at it.
No, thank you, Pradeep ji, and I think it's a tough job to do, and you are ensuring that everything comes together with the SAPCC. Chai, let me move over to you. Energy access has a huge role to play in bringing about resilience of communities. In your area of work, working with farmers and shifting behaviors on energy access, would you want to throw some light on an experience that you had with some of these communities?
Yeah, so we've worked with farmers on solar pumps, replacement of diesel pumps with solar, and on biogas units as well. I think in both circumstances, we all know that, farmers require some subsidies to be able to actually afford this. And a lot of the behavioral barriers within that typically are that, one, they may not agree to collectively come together, maybe 4 or 5 farmers come together to actually create one pump that can benefit all their farms. So getting them to understand that this is something that you can actually have, dive into your social capital and be able to save money and, have reliable irrigation is the first behavioral kind of barrier, right? The next one obviously is the applications and subsidies and all of that stuff that you have to handhold them through. Same thing with biogas. I've met farmers that have had like mounds of, cow dung that's there, and they don't know how to actually get this back into, a functioning biogas unit that can then take the slurry and turn it into a very nice fertilizer. So I think in both places, genuinely, one is just breaking the motivational barrier by letting them understand how easy it is or how accessible it is, and then hand-holding them through that process. And then, kind of just reinforce those behaviors to make sure that the peer stories, so in the one particular biogas unit that I was involved in Bahraich, the farmer, they have to trust that what you're bringing to them is not just a experiment, but that actually it'll work. So they need to be told stories and exposures and all that stuff. So whoever is going in and, it's not easy to kind of have a singular narrative that's going to push the energy, buy-in for the farmer, unless you are able to document several peer farmers or other groups that are benefiting. And that's just a lot of work on just documenting, reflecting back, hand-holding. So I'd say that, the farmers are always much more intelligent than all of us put together, because they know exactly where their value of money coming from, but they also need to trust you as a messenger, and you also need to go to them with the right kind of entire value chain mapped out, so that you're hand-holding them through the entire process and you're not just dropping them. You're not just telling them, hey, do this, and then just leaving them alone, which is a lot of, sometimes some development programs end up doing. There's a lot of awareness, but there's not enough hand-holding to the final process. So how do you make that happen?
So that's actually great, because that's essentially from the sutra that is taking you through the story. But Sumita ji, let me touch upon the point you'd made in your earlier intervention around the need for transparent processes. But in the area that we all work in, I think they need to be customizable, adaptive, and also very, very nimble. So, building on Chaya's point, how do you ensure this customization while ensuring that the trust deficit doesn't creep in?
Yeah, that's a very crucial, important question, actually. And it started right from the time that we invited our artisans to be shareholders. Many of them didn't have bank accounts. Okay, so it had to, and because they were all paid in cash whenever they did some work for a middleman, and it wasn't very clear, someone got 50 rupees for something, someone else got 20 for the same thing. So we tried to streamline that first and got bank accounts opened for everyone in their name. For many of the women, it was their first bank account. For some, of course, they had earlier. So one was that, opening bank accounts. Second was at the village level, what we have done, we've realized that we cannot monitor this work, so closely from the city or from, like from the district headquarters. The villages could be far away. So we've identified local women and men, mostly women, who show leadership and who are at least like 8th or 10th standard pass. And we have put in a lot of effort in holding workshops and enabling them to document and report, like they manage a group of 20 women, say. So this craft manager, as we call her, she knows exactly, okay, what are the capabilities of these 20 women? Does she have a little child? Can she make 5 pieces today? Or, of course, she comes to the center. So proper documentation of the inventory, that stock that's going in and out. And most recently, well, it's because it's a huge supply chain, right from yarn to weaving to stitching to embroidery, and the yarn that's involved in that. We've actually invested in an ERP software, ERP Next, which is open source. And we are all learning how to use that ourselves, because it's what we've realized in running our business. And no one, starting from myself, I don't have any business background, have not done an MBA. But one thing I realized is that it's very important. The inventory you hold is very important. So you should not have too much, you shouldn't have too little. So managing that, then most importantly, because we are saying that we want to empower and ensure that artisans get their due, we involve them right from the sampling and the costing, and then later on, record what each one is getting at the village level. So every woman knows how much she's getting paid. It's all displayed that this piece you're going to get 200 rupees to embroider. So she knows, and she has it in her records. So all this is also, then another thing is also the whole material that you're using, especially when you're dealing with the global market. The material has to be, for example, if it's yarn, we know that cotton is a very water intensive, thirsty crop, as I call it. So there's something called the Better Cotton Initiative in the world. We use better cotton. We ensure that wherever there is dyeing taking place, there's an effluent treatment plant, so that, it's all, it's taken care of, the effluent. And in these kind of ways, just by documenting every little process, and that's available. That's available to our artisans. That's available to, information is available to our buyers, to our customers, everyone.
Thank you very much. Pal, before I come to you actually, let me turn to Atul and, maybe spin it around to bring in the rural livelihoods aspect as well. And, what are the similarities and mostly what are the challenges and the dissimilarities from the urban setup, and what are your experiences on that?
Rural is hard, as many of the people here would endorse. We work with what she was talking about, ultra-poor families. We work with PVTGs, particularly vulnerable tribal groups. And we see that all of them rely on multiple sources of income to make ends meet. They're not able to rely on any one thing. They don't have land. It's 5 decimal, 10 decimals, 20 decimals. The land doesn't produce much given where we are today in terms of soil health. The Manrega work is there, but not enough, especially in the areas we work. They're not able to get 100 days of work. It's 30, 40, 50 days of work, and that is not, doesn't give them enough. So they have to work as farm labor somewhere else. They have to go to a bhatta in Tripura or Kerala for 3 months in a year. And the families make $300, 25,000 to 30,000 rupees for a family of 5.5 members in the household over a period of a year. So when you have to make ends meet at 25,000 rupees a year for a family of 5 plus, with 5 sources, 4 sources, 6 sources of income, the cognitive burden you're carrying just to survive is just quite high. Which means that the vulnerability is so high that any small shock, even if it's a wedding or a function or a festival or less rain, untimely rain, more rain, the ability to absorb that is very little. Health shocks. We know that 1/3 of the people who fall back in poverty after coming out is because of health shock. That's 1/3. And climate-induced shocks are still not started to get one attributed to climate. And even when they do, they are going to be bigger and deeper. Which means the progress that you make in 2, 3, 4 generations gets wiped out with just one such shock. So it's a hard one. We haven't applied ourselves very deeply on what it takes to solve for climate adaptation risk in rural areas, but we know for sure that the foundation of a rural life is land and agriculture, and the foundation of land and agriculture is water. So unless we solve for water management, not just rainwater, but also overall managing water, we are not going to solve for any kind of adaptive capacities in the rural areas for people to manage climate risk. So to me, water is at the center of everything rural in terms of resilience against climate. I think along with that, when you take livestock or you take crops, we need to figure out a way to use more agri-sciences for better breeds and better seeds, obviously in better soil. So the solving for water, soil, and the breeds and seeds which are more resilient to climate is, I think, at the center of what we need to do in rural areas. I think what happened in Green Revolution 1, we needs to kind of be thought very differently about the next large-scale revolution. We need to go from, most of our 140 million smallholder farmers, 60% of them are rain-fed, right? Which means that's at the center of what we have to solve for. And unless we are able to get these smallholder farmers move from 2-acre farming to a collective farming, they can't invest in mechanization, they can't invest in anything else. There is no input sort of aggregation, there is no output aggregation, there is no value addition, etc. So there is that thing required, like how do you get smallholder farmers to able to have collective farming? You have to move to regenerative agriculture, which is second big leg. Now you don't have to go overnight to regenerative fully, but you need more integrated farming, less chemicals, better soil, more carbon capture, etc. in that journey. I think the third thing that India also needs is not just moving to collective agriculture of some kind and regenerative agriculture. You also need to move to high value agriculture. wheat, paddy, cotton, sugarcane will absorb all the water and we won't get enough out of it. And I think what he was saying, Jan to December, a smallholder farmer needs income every 2 months. You can't wait 6 months or 4 months once a year and then wait for migration, etc., etc. They need to make money every few months, and horticulture is a very, very good way to move people towards that. I think the third market that's very immature is how do we get carbon capture more remunerative for smallholder farmers, forestry, agroforestry, and pieces like that. I think that's also very early stage right now. It looks like there is demand, but that demand is not visible to supply, and hence it doesn't incentivize more supply of carbon capture, and there are no exchanges where you can go and sell it easily. So I think there is a lot of work required in this space as well.
Thank you, Atul. I hope that is not the signal for us to end the, like they do that at the Oscars, but...
We didn't catch it in time.
But, you know, we are nearing the closing. I represent the International Solar Alliance, and we face a lot of these things in our member countries, which are mostly least developed and the small island nations, where our main intent is to make solar the preferred choice of energy. Economics plays a huge role in that. In building community resilience, economics is not the only indicator, but it essentially does play a role. So, Payal, let me move to you, as you touched upon some aspects of economics, and how does economics then play a role in what you do and ensuring that resilience communities moves forward?
Yeah, thank you, Karan. And I'll take the cue from what Atul left at in terms of the numbers of landless, and that's so true in the rural areas. We all know 65% of our country lives in rural areas. 48% of that is women, and only 9.8% women own land. We work primarily 85% with women, and most of these women do not have land that they can, so ultra poor. And what we've pledged and how our model is built is using why grass, because grass is locally available, easily available, and we choose to work with perennial grasses. Now, a grass can be cut and harvested 2 times in a year. And you don't need to, because it just replenishes on its own. That's how, the grasses, they grow on their own. They're the non-timber forest produce, now being called high-value forest produce. Because of the higher value products that we've started to make for a livelihood. Now, Kadam as an NGO and Kadam Heart as the for-profit arm to sell and to make it an economic gain for the communities. We've taken on ourselves for such women to give them 1,000 hours of work every year. And going by the national qualifying framework of skill, you have various skill levels. So we've defined for our craft, because it doesn't exist, we've defined, taking the cue from that, from the framework, a national framework, A, B, C, D skill levels, and depending on, and then there's a competition between the communities, wherein, like Sumita mentioned, we have craft managers, and then we have a team of the women who sit under a tree. And now we are getting some funds. We need more funds to build green karkhanas for them to come and sit and work also together, not just always under the trees. Monsoon becomes a problem. And when they work together as a team, we hold transparent methods of measuring who was A, who was B, who was C, who was D. And the D aspires to move on to one level up in skill, because that's where per hour you get more money out of it. And as a team, they take out a certain number of pieces to sell, and that's how their economics works out, and that's how the business arm of our Kadam Heart brand will plan the market capture or how many pieces to sell. So it's a how to say, an ecosystem, microcosm that we've created of our own, where a symbiotic relationship between the NGO, which is setting up the supply chain, of what the for-profit will sell. So it's a kind of a circular economy of sorts that we've built. I don't know if that answers.
No, thank you. Thank you very much, Payal, on that. You know, I think we have around 7 odd minutes left. But before I close, maybe if we could, if we have a couple of questions, then we can take that. So kindly introduce yourself and address it to a panelist or multiple of them. There's a gentleman at the end.
Good morning. My name is Sujit Dongre. I work with the Center for Environment Education. I think, it's interesting debate and discussion that you had. While we speak about climate-induced phenomenon and also the community's resilience to what is happening, many a times we look at community as something that we need to reskill or upskill and those kind of things. But what is happening in recent past is, because of this climate change or climate-induced phenomenon, we are creating something called ecological refugee islands. The people from villages, they are actually migrating from village to the cities. So therefore, they are becoming like a ecological refugee islands. While we speak about these people, the very fundamental, which is very, very important, which many a times we tend to, ignore or we don't discuss about, is when the people migrate from a particular geographical area to another geographical area, the kind of social cost that they are incurring, the kind of social disparities these people are facing when they go to a different places, which is huge and is much higher than what their livelihood and all these kind of things. I think it is important for us to understand this. We are all human. We are all social animal. What is the social cost that the people are incurring due to climate change induced phenomenon is something I think it's very, very important for all of us to understand. Number two is also while people migrate from another places, they are also facing a lot of cultural alienation, because they come with a particular skill, and when they go to another geographical area, so the kind of a skill that they come with it's not usable to a different geographical area. So in this case, what is also happening is we are also losing out the skills, especially agrarian type of skills that people usually come with. We are actually losing out that. At the same time, they are also employed by something where absolutely they do not have those kind of skills. For example, if the people from agrarian background, they come to the cities, they have to work in other industries. How do we look at the loss of the skill itself? They are losing out their skill in order to acquire a different one. So those kind of things are very, very important. And I think when we as people working with the community, we must look at the social cost, social disparities, cultural shocks that these people are facing, beyond what conventionally we think skilling means only you give them a tailoring skill or the other facial and those kind of things. I think we need to move beyond certain things and look at the social costs.
Sure. Thank you. Let me take another question, then maybe we can answer. Bhaskar and then Vedish.
Thank you. My name is Bhaskar. I work for British High Commission. Excellent point made by the practitioners that we need to work at the intersection between climate change, livelihood, and conservation. My two questions. One is, there are a lot of adaptation and resilience pilot and demonstrations have been done. The main challenge has been the scalability of it, right? So how do we break that? And second is, once the pilot and the demonstration project has been successfully implemented, how do we ensure that the community takes it forward, keep it continued? Case in example, the biogas. Biogas is something that has been there for almost 2 to 3 decades, but it has not gone to the scale where we needed it to be, right? Case in example, Bahreich, where farmers are growing basmati and using the biogas and using the slurry also, but it has not reached the scale. It has the potential to reduce human-wildlife conflict, reduce the dependence on the fuel wood, but it has not scaled up. So how do we address this? Can you, based on your experience, tell us that 1 or 2, 3 actions that we can take? Thank you.
Varish, maybe we'll also take your question. No, let's take your question and then answer all of them together.
Working? Yeah, okay. So we've heard from the panel perspectives on livelihoods, about traditional practices, about ecosystems, and about skills and training. And all of this, it is in a certain sense being assumed that this will build community resilience. Now, are we absolutely sure of that? You know, there may be instances where all of this doesn't lead to community resilience. I just wanted you to reflect on that, because it's a tacit assumption that we make that all of this will lead to a resilience building in the community. That's one question. The second question is, when you actually approach the community, there are various ways in which we can build the resilience of the community. Now, do we often go with what we can do with the community rather than what the community wants, right? And how do we actually decide which is the better approach, whether it should be through ecosystems or whether it should be through livelihoods, or that it should be to emphasizing traditional practices or building their skills? It's a tough one, but I'm just wondering what thoughts you would have to share with us.
Thanks, Vedish. Maybe if we go in the order of question, the question on ensuring that there is accounting of social cost as well, especially when migration-related issues crop up. Atul, do you want to shed light on that, or anyone? Sorry for putting you on the spot.
Well, I think it was more a comment than a question. I agree with the observation that, look, we need to factor in the soft and the hard challenges and the costs that come with people who are sort of refugees because of climate change, etc., that are coming to cities, and we need to factor that in when we make investments, etc. So fully agree with that one.
I think on Bhaskar's point on scaling up some of these findings from demonstration pilot projects, please.
Yeah. So I think, you know, in the whole area of crafts and creative and cultural, especially in India, whether it is grass weaving, whether it's textile weaving or simple hand embroidery, which every woman knows how to do, we think that we found that if we built in strong process of ownership, of accountability at the district level, and engage. For example, I'll give you the example of the latest one we've done in Kashmir, in Noor Bagh, which is not a city, which is not a rural area. It's in the downtown of the city, where the women have now. The project started 4 years ago, so we put in a lot of effort into equipping the local women from the community to understand design. We've brought them to the markets, to the Haats in Delhi, understand the market, understand the importance of maintaining proper records, of costing, of quality, etc. The one thing which takes the longest time is governance. So we formed, producer companies are the thing now in the country. Ours is not a farmer. We've set up several artisan producer companies, and the challenge comes in really at the governance level. That's where, how to run a company, how to hold board meetings, how to raise funds for your little company at the local level. So that bit is still work in progress, but it can be done. And I'd just like to say here that, from our experience, we find that when we are working with women, like Payal mentioned, who've never really had the access to education, to resources. Once they're given a chance, they grab it. And it's all about then, okay, how do we work together to ensure that this happens? And we feel that, apart from agriculture that you talked about in rural India, that this, creative and craft industries can really, there's a demand for it globally, locally, but it can be a vehicle for sort of, transformative change, scaling it across the country. So that it can be done.
Karan, can I also answer that?
Please, please.
So regarding a scalability question, I'd like to share examples from our villages where we worked. Now, sabai grass, I'm carrying a bag of sabai grass. The demand is much higher than supply right now. There are 1,000 people who work, 338 in Orissa, and the rest of it, 600 plus in Bengal. Now, the raw material is enough. It's now the training of another 1,000 is ongoing under the UNESCO project right now to be able to cater to the demand that has already been created for this product. So the first step is create enough demand for a particular product. First is to identify what is that product in which there is going to be a demand for and at what price, and then accordingly train the communities. Building a demand takes money, takes time. I'll tell you another. This is a project which has been going on for a couple of years. Although not funded, funding came in after it reached a certain level. Earlier it was all self-funded. Going to another example in UP where we work with HCL Foundation. They gave us 100 ladies to work in and choose any grass in whichever is growing there. UP is known for munj grass. Munj is a seasonal grass. So we cannot create regular income for them all through the year. So we picked up Kasa grass, which is the filler. And came up with collections, limited edition collections, only during the seasonal munch. And the rest of the time, we tied up with Dalmia cement, also in UP, and their scrap PPP, when you open it up, and then that was used to bind the Kasa grass. We created a product, showed success. By next year, this was in 2017. 2018, we took up another 100 women because the demand was already generated for more than 100 women could produce. So we went staggered, and right now we are working with 500 women doing exactly the same product, laundry basket, which is going across the globe and being sold, within India as well. So these are examples of identifying the right product, market fit product, and working backwards on training the community and making that, and so slowly scaling it up.
Yeah, I'll try to speak to the biogas question and potentially even what Vaidesh raised about the entry points. So I worked on biogas at different, I worked on like 1 cubic meter as well, and large, cement constructions, that traditional kind of a biogas that's been around for 20, 30 years. And what I've seen is over and over again, it doesn't continue because of lack of maintenance and not having the knowledge to maintain it enough. But last time I was in Bahraich, I saw a family that was showing me all of this biogas that they just didn't know what to do with. There was so much biogas that they couldn't use it. There wasn't enough usage. So at that point, connecting livelihoods, connecting a way of maybe, cooking something and then selling it within. So the idea, I feel the reason, one of the most successful biogas, in fact, the most successful biogas units I've ever seen was just about a month ago in a rural area in MP, where a guy had installed it in 2007. He himself is a Mistri. So every 5 years, he knows how to maintain it. He goes in, he completely empties it, he cleans it up, and then he continues. And he's been only using biogas since 2007. I thought that was one of the most extraordinary examples. He didn't have any fancy technology, nothing to cement, wells, and he was able to do it. So it's really a matter of making sure that when a company goes in to install a biogas unit, it's not that next new technology, but that you really understand that these guys have the capability to maintain it over time, and then there is an ecosystem around it. Because suddenly biogas seems like a no-brainer, right? We even tried in East Delhi to create a Poshan Rasoi based on one biogas unit, which was bringing in cow dung from illegal dairies around Delhi. And the women were so excited when they first saw the gas coming in. They were like, they immediately started like plans for actually like, doing nutrition thalis and all that stuff. So you really have to meticulously map the entire value chain to understand what might be the long-term thing. And that's also, I think, speaks to your first question about pilot versus scale. And Atul and I were just talking about scalability versus replicability earlier. Some of the evidence is too contextual for policymakers to scale up across all geographies, so they're not able to scale it up beyond pilots. So it's also a lot is about evidence mapping and documenting these best practices for truly the cost benefits that they offer. And if I may just take, unless somebody, so Vaidesh, you talked about the entry points, about whether you enter from an ecosystems angle or a livelihoods angle, or even I think, what was the third point? Behavioral. Was it a trigger? Ecosystems and livelihoods versus, I think there was one more component that I'm missing, but traditional practices, I think that was the third one. We just finished an impact evaluation for an MD Narega project in which ahar pines were used to develop, water resilience within a community, which was tied to the Narega, obviously wage and livelihood program. So I feel, I completely understand there's a lot of, sometimes when you work with communities, you don't understand what is the entry point where they'll trust you enough to be able to then take on that conversation further. But I think in the climate space, we're getting better and better at parallelly working across these three, connecting the dots across. So like right now we're working in MP on figuring out whether livelihoods could be connected to ecosystem valuation using traditional practices such as Mahua and all of that stuff. So can a model be created? So I think more and more models are emerging for ecosystems conservation where you can actually take in those entry points. Thanks.
Just in 30 seconds, I would like to make one point that whatever I have spoken about community initiatives are basically, whether it is Kulagar or whether it is Puran or whether I was talking about several management practices that we have, they're all nature-based and they're all community-resilient techniques. It is not that some people do it, it is across the state. If you see Kulagar, which is a proven model, you go from north to south, you will find 10,000 plus farmers who are regularly doing it. And the number is increasing. Only we have not done the climate perspective for how much it is attributing per square meter or per acre. I think a lot of research, if it can be put, it's a great template to replicate. And it is already scaled up, not that it is scalable or something. Coming to several points have been raised, I think we can take it further, may not be possible to, but one thing for sure, all the community initiatives which can be scaled up and replicated, if we can establish the linkage with our state targets, with nationally determined targets and with the global targets. That is the most important part, like how we translate these small things which will contribute to the higher targets. And that measurement, once we start doing, I think we will be able to understand more connectivity in more detail. That's what I wanted to. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. And, we come to this, the end of this exciting and, very interesting insights that the panelists have put out. Before I close, I think our thanks are due to the government of Goa and the World Bank for putting this panel together. And also congratulations to the World Bank team on the second edition of the India Climate and Development Partners Meet. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. And may I request you all to kindly step forward on the stage for a group picture together. This was so interesting, ladies and gentlemen. And while our lovely group is getting a group picture clicked here, let me tell you, when suddenly the piped music began to play through the hall, I almost thought that it was a practical experiment on how we, a community of audience, respond to the sudden change in the environment, and are we resilient enough to continue to maintain focus on what the speaker is saying. So thank you, you all performed very well and continued to listen. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we break for a cup of tea and coffee. Since you're all aware that we are running a little behind timelines, we have a valedictory session coming up as the final component of the day. And we do have some very special guests arriving in for that. So I would request you all, please take your bio breaks, pick up your tea and coffee, join us back in the hall. We would really try our best to start the next session by 12 sharp. At least that is what we are aiming for, and we look forward to your support for that.
30, the impacts of heat could, could cost India approximately 2.5 to 4.5% of its GDP, which is equivalent to about 150 to 250 billion US dollars. It's the second deadliest natural disaster. The IMD says that the heat stresses, the way they are increasing, is the second largest, deadliest disaster, as and the others being tropical cyclones. So I think all of this, we are going to see a much higher surge in demand for cooling and naturally energy consumption. In 2010, air conditioner ownership in India has tripled, with projections foreseeing a 9-fold increase by 2050. So on one hand, we are obviously seeing that the people who can really afford cooling, there is a small percentage of that, but the large segment of the people are the economically weaker sections, and thermal comforts is very, very important, and that's the challenge that, that we have before us. The India Cooling Action Plan is something which is a fantastic policy instrument which looks at all aspects, not only looks at improving energy efficiencies, looks at how can we probably provide thermal comforts for all, how can we bring in passive design strategies, the emphasis on passive design strategies, climate responsive design, low cost, no cost, all of these key words are emphasized in the India Cooling Action Plan. And then on the upstream side, recently the Government of India and the World Bank together, they have announced a major initiative. And I'm very glad that we have Mr. Ashish Kumar, who's with the DPIIT, and what better than him to be talking about, the context in which the initiatives, their collaboration with the World Bank, which they have recently announced, to give us an insight into this entire collaboration. Can I have Mr. Ashish Kumar on the dais, please? Thank you.
At the outset, our sincere appreciation to the World Bank and the government of Goa for organizing this event with focused discussion on various aspects of climate change. It is my honor to be here with distinguished representatives of organizations dealing with various facets of climate change, industry, and academia. Well, as Mr. Seth introduced, that I'm from Department for Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade, that is DPIIT, which is under Ministry of Commerce and Industry of Government of India. We, as a department at the national level, we are working for overall industrial development of the country. Well, various other ministries work as per their on a specific industry or as per their specific allocation of business. But in DPIIT, we are responsible for overall industrial development of the country. To name a few initiatives of DPIIT which we are taking, that's like you might have heard about Make in India, ease of doing business, Startup India, FDA policy and its implementation, enhancing quality and productivity, technical regulations, PLI scheme for white goods, and coordinating various other programs and initiatives of the government. Today's subject matter for discussion, that is cooling sustainability, navigating challenges and innovation for a resilient future, is very apt, as it was one of the major subjects of discussion at the recently concluded COP28. Moreover, India stands out as one of the most vulnerable regions to the climate change and heat stress, and therefore we need to find out a practical solution to address these situations. At COP28, you might be knowing that our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, he had set an example in striking a balance between ecology and economy and called for countries to fulfill their climate targets and work in unity. He emphasized that India was on track to accomplish national determined contributions to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. He also mentioned that India has accomplished non-fossil fuel targets 9 years in advance. India aims to reduce emissions by 45% before 2030. India will increase the non-fossil fuel share by 50%, and India will move towards the net zero target by 2070. India is anticipated to witness rise in the average temperature of approximately 2.4 degrees Celsius by the end of 21st century. And as Mr. said that it is the second deadliest thing which is going to happen. To put in this context, a predominantly agrarian economy like India, increase in temperature can imply challenges for the agriculture sector, including increasing food shortage requirements. In terms of food storage, robust cold chain infrastructure is necessary to minimize post-harvest losses, increase in shelf-life of temperature-sensitive products, and improve the nation's food security. Moreover, urban heat islands are created in cities with dense population, concrete buildings, and limited green space land to trap the heat, resulting in higher temperature compared to their surrounding areas. Most of India's metropolitan cities fall victim to UHI activity these days. So these issues need to be addressed in a very structured manner. India is a global front runner to address the issue of climate change. As mentioned, India is one of the first few countries who has formulated and laid down its own India Cooling Action Plan called ICAP, which is led by Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change at the center level. The thrust of ICAP inter alia includes space cooling in buildings, cold chain and refrigeration, transport and air conditioning, refrigeration and air conditioning service sector, and refrigerant demand and its indigenous production. Various ministries have already started taking action to meet the growing aspirations of the Indian population and do so sustainably with minimum energy consumption and emissions. And DPIIT is also taking lead on this agenda as well. Although cooling solutions are available, the challenge is that these should be sustainable, both energy efficient and environmental friendly. In a country as diverse as ours, our climate conditions are vastly and heat stress incidents are increasing. Equitable access to cooling is not a luxury, but it is a necessity. In this context, DPIIT identified a significant opportunity to establish a domestic base for manufacturing cooling devices to address the rapid growth in cooling requirement in a sustainable manner. DPIIT is implementing production-linked incentive scheme for white goods, which is mainly focused on room air conditioner, manufacturing of components of room air conditioners. So far, India was manufacturing air conditioners, but it was mostly assembly of the components which were being imported from foreign countries, particularly East Asia countries, and were assembled. Our value addition was not more than 15 to 20%. In order to avoid that situation, we brought this scheme to incentivizing manufacturing of components which are used in room air conditioners. And I am delighted to announce that within 2.5 years, where our value addition was initially in 2019-20, it was just 15 to 20%. Now it has increased to 40 to 45%. And we are looking forward to increase the value addition in room air conditioner to 80 to 90% by the end of the scheme, that is 28-29. The scheme was launched in 2021 with a budgetary allocation of 6,238 crore, that is around $780 million US. This initiative puts forth a financial incentive strategy aimed at fostering domestic manufacturing and enhancing substantial investment for creating robust component manufacturing ecosystem in India. Now it is time to leverage this PLI scheme to create an ecosystem encompassing the entire cooling sector. It is recognized that in addition to the PLI scheme for cooling sector, needs additional support to achieve the goal of energy efficient domestic manufacturing with emphasis of research and development and innovation. There are new technologies that need to be integrated, like IoT, renewable energy, and energy efficient measures. New areas like space cooling in building, including district cooling system, cold chain, and refrigeration, to infuse sustainable cooling technology in India. In order to do so, we are in process of conceptualizing a policy support for the industry to build a manufacturing ecosystem in India for the entire cooling sector. We are conceptualizing a project like alleviating heat stress by enhancing production of affordable cooling device. By investing in sustainable and cooling measures, we see an economic opportunity. We are all poised to become a global manufacturing hub for sustainable and affordable cooling technology and chart a course towards a greener, healthier, and more prosperous India. Through these initiatives, we can propel economic growth through the inflow of private capital and associated green jobs. Let us join forces to propel India towards a future where cooling is not just affordable, but also sustainable, where every individual has access to comfort of cooling without compromising the health of our planet. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ashish Kumar, for those insightful words and also the perspectives, for sharing with us the perspectives of DPIIT in this endeavor. I always knew that working with the World Bank was to find innovative solutions, but this is the first time that they've also introduced innovation in the way we conduct panels, panel discussions. Completely, there is a paradigm shift in the way we are going to have a panel discussion in the format of a TED Talk. Are you all prepared for that? No choice. Okay, good. So you've been put on the spot, and we are going to be discussing a serious subject, and in a TED Talk format. Okay. Let me, without further any ado, I think I'm going to invite Professor Rajan Rawal, who I've had the privilege of working right from the day building codes were introduced, Rajan, in 2007. And the challenge, of course, was that we try and find passive design strategies, low cost, no cost, right? Climate responsive design. These are all very familiar words, aren't they? So Rajan, he's at the CEPT University. He's done a lot of work in this area. He's a senior advisor at CABSE, focuses on energy performance, on built environment, expertise in passive design strategies, thermal comfort, net zero, energy buildings, cooling technologies, so on and so on. He's also the vice chairperson of AEEE's management committee and contributes to executive and technical committees at the national and international levels. Can we have a round of applause for Professor Rajan Rao? Rajan, you have 6 minutes to do your TED Talk.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks you, Sanjay ji. Thanks, World Bank, for inviting me to this meeting. In next 5 minutes, 45 seconds, I'll try to set some kind of tone by which will help us deliberate what we want to deliberate. To start with, I'll very briefly talk about design, very critical component of that. If you have to materialize the design in appropriate manner, in more performative manner, the operation, technologies, and policies. Sort of disclaimer. Yeah, sorry. I have some lag here. Siresha ji, you also need to use red button. Can I have a next slide, please? No, that's right away technology. Go back. First slide. Will I get a discount, Sanjay ji? Okay. Next slide. No, that's not. Anyway, I'll use sorry, just forget it. I just need a first slide next to design. The talk which I'll be dealing with is more about thermal comfort and cooling. And instead of using word passive cooling, I wish to use word passive strategies. Technically, it would not be correct to call passive cooling. But when it comes to a passive design strategies, it's not just a building which will help us achieve the thermal comfort, but we definitely require a reasonable, good integration between buildings, communities, and cities. if I give you an example, that yes, generally when we talk about passive design strategies, we always say that whenever outdoor air temperature is comfortable, you should be able to open the windows and you should be able to operate your building in a naturally ventilated mode. But what we see in urban areas, and especially in some cities in India, where it's not really possible to open window and get a fresh air. That means it is, even if you have a design strategies embedded in your buildings, probably you might not be able to operate because community or city doesn't provide you that particular opportunity. That's where, again, operation part comes into the picture. Very rarely we find that occupants are aware about what kind of operation strategies they need to practice. Even if the design has all the passive strategies in it, not necessarily that people are aware that this is how I should be able to operate. If I take an example again, simple example, if I buy a apartment block in Ahmedabad, and if after 2 months down the line, if I need to attempt or change any of the plumbing fixture, I will not have an understanding, or I will not have even an information that what is a plumbing line the way it has been laid out in this particular apartment blocks. That means if at all one has to operate or maintain any kind of design strategies, from day one, the occupant or manager needs to have an understanding about how to really operate this. That's where we find a challenge. Again, when it comes to a thermal comfort, it's generally easy to understand energy efficiency because we have some quantified unit, or unit which can be quantified or can be monetized in terms of kilowatt hour, a unit of electricity. So if I tell somebody that my air conditioner is highly efficient, I can say that, okay, you will save probably X amount of kilowatt hour, Y amount of money over a period of 1 year. But when it comes to passive design strategies, it's a little difficult for people to understand what does it mean. It means that it will increase thermal comfort hours by X number of hours. If you don't employ these kind of design strategy, you will have about 3,000 hours of uncomfortable. If you employ this, you will probably have 1,500 hours of uncomfortable hours. But how do you really monetize? How do you really show that to a person that it will save some more energy? That's where I think some of the challenges which we are facing. And that's where probably market needs to be evolved over a period of time to understand that how do we really look at the or something which is not sort of usual norm. When it comes to technology, can we go now? Probably you have that slide available, which is technology slide, which starts from the fit for purpose. Fit for purpose deployment, not necessarily that every point in time we need a vapor compression cycle based air conditioner to provide a cooling or comfort. We have varied kind of spaces in a building. If you talk about any kind of educational campus, any kind of hotel areas, or even residences, you have varied kind of activity takes place in varied kind of rooms or spaces. Not necessarily every time you need to rely on an air conditioner, what we call air conditioner, which is primarily based on vapor compression cycle based technology. Assembly halls or even a dining rooms or large canteens can be served through different kind of technology. And that's where we always say that what is the purpose and how do you really choose the technology based for that purpose? Not really you have a silver bullet, which is an air conditioner, and you start deploying that across the various spaces. This is all again where the design and integration needs to take place. The moment you start talking about design, passive design strategies, it will have a spatial implications. That means they will require certain kind of space, they will require certain kind of volumes, and how do you really integrate those volumes into the building space? And ultimately, how does your building bylaws will provide you either a certain kind of relaxation or certain kind of incentive to incorporate these things. So passive design has another challenge where it really needs to put things together in terms of building regulations and so on and so forth. Again, technology, when I'm talking about fit for purpose, thermal comfort expectations. When we go to certain kind of shopping malls, we do have a certain kind of expectations that it must provide me very, very comfortable or sometimes cool environment. But when we go to vegetable market, our expectations are different, but still they should not be very, very uncomfortable. Again, fit for purpose you really don't require a same kind of technology to serve you across the board. Next slide, which is about policy. Now, what happens right now is that many of our standards, and probably my panel, other colleagues will talk about this, is that standards are technology specific. And it does not provide enough opportunities for newer technologies to come into the market and start equating themselves with that, okay, I'm equal to this. Let me just give you an example. If we have an incandescent bulb, and if somebody say that, okay, tungsten wire needs to be of X size and bulb size needs to be of Y volume, and it should not get heated up more than X amount of temperature on its surface, versus if you have an LED, if you have a domain where incandescent bulb is, or standards are based on incandescent bulb, LED will not find its way because it will not meet any of those prescriptive requirement of the standards which is actually being made for incandescent bulb. Now, similar kind of things are happening in air conditioning standards as well. New technologies are coming in, but they require a different kind of performance testing. These testings will lead to different kind of building codes or IS codes, or even, for example, ISO codes. So, point I'm making here is that the policy needs to change where it should look for a technology agnostic approach and not technology specific. Next one. Across the globe, and especially when we are part of that whole globalization, architecture design, the kind of aesthetics which are emerging from Delhi to Mumbai to Chennai to Calcutta, or even in a smaller towns, construction materials and technologies, comfort expectations, operational strategies, and also codes and standards. All of them, if you start looking at since last 30 years, things are getting homogenized. Cement, concrete, steel, glass, aluminum, and you will not find fifth construction material. 24-degree plus minus 1 is a standard set for comfort. You will not find any kind of varied comfort expectations. Similar way, architecture design, any kind of housing done in any part of the world or any part of India, you cannot really find that whether it is made in Kerala or it has been constructed somewhere else. So point I'm making is that with the advancement of certain kind of technologies and approaches and globalization, we are seeing more and more homogenization in almost all these subcategories of buildings. Versus what we really require is a non-homogenization. If at all we really need to find true sustainability, we really need to keep the diversity. And with diversity on how do you really bring in the performance so that you keep the diversity as it is, but at the same time you try to get certain kind of performance from certain kind of designs or technologies or from policy. So point is, are we really addressing the requirement of non-homogeneous world, which we really wish to maintain, that yes, we need to have a diversity and we want to maintain that. Thank you.
Thank you, Rajan. That was excellent. That was excellent, Rajan. I think it was very important how all of this need to talk to each other for really delivering on the intent. But as we see this, we talk about the passive design strategies or the low cost, no cost aspects. It's also important to note that as the aspirations of the people increase or they keep, as the incomes of people keep rising, they will start looking at active, features or active ways of providing them that cooling requirements. And there, the lower efficiency equipments and technologies start coming into play at affordable EMIs. And I think that is where we need to kind of see how we can really go about addressing that. What better a person than Nihar, who has been working on, driving this, bringing in, you've been always talking about, Nihar, about 5X super efficient technologies. The super efficient appliance deployment program, which some years back the US had very effectively rolled out. And now you're wanting that to happen even in India, right? You're wanting to work with us and see how we can probably look at improving the energy efficiency on the technology side, on the supply side. And then at the same time, while we talk about these super efficient technologies, we also have to keep in mind the cost effectiveness of these technologies to be there. So what better than you, who has been working I think the bulk of your research and your experience is in this sector. Why don't you share with us your perspectives? As you all know, Nihar Shah is he has a very fancy designation. Presidential Director of the Global Cooling Efficiency Program at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. Let's have a round of applause for him, please. It's so nice to be, inviting you to speak, Nihar. The Presidential Director of the Global Cooling Energy Efficiency Program. Your perspectives, please.
Thank you, sir, for the kind introduction. Thank you to the World Bank and the organizers for organizing this meeting and to invite me to speak on two topics close to my heart, cooling and innovation. So as was mentioned, I work at Lawrence Berkeley National Lab. And before I start, maybe I can get a show of hands around the room. How many of you folks have watched Oppenheimer recently? Okay, so that's quite a few folks. So you may have seen in the movie that the lab that was shown is actually the lab on the logo at the bottom of the screen here. And now if you think about an existential crisis, you can't think of another crisis, India is going to be facing a cooling, resilient cooling crisis coming in the near future. And Berkeley Lab happens to be a very interesting place because it brings together big science, big technology, alongside the Silicon Valley innovation ecosystem. So learning how to address these existential challenges with innovation and bringing together public and private capital to address these big challenges. That's what I'm going to be talking about. So just a quick note, the cooling industry is in a disruptive transition. Here you see the slide, which shows essentially the phase down of refrigerants under the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol. The two red lines are showing you essentially the transition is about to happen or started happening. The blue lines are showing you essentially the F-gas transition in the European Union, while the green lines are showing you the phase down schedules in the Article 5 countries under the Montreal Protocol, which are the developing countries. And so essentially we have about 6 years to deploy the right cooling technology and to make sure that we are getting all the right research, development, demonstration, deployment done, getting all the right policies in place, getting all the financing in place, and making sure that these technologies and the manufacturing, as was mentioned earlier, get scaled up. So this is a very small window to get all of this done, and so we need all of us to be aimed very squarely at the target here. Now, efficient cooling costs about 3 times inefficient cooling. This is data that's from the China market and the India market, and if you look at even the least cost, you'll see that the x-axis is efficiency, the y-axis is cost, and you'll see that effectively, if you try to improve energy efficiency, you will see an increase in cost. And so the challenge here is how do we do this at scale and affordably? If currently efficient technology is 3 times the cost of an inefficient technology, of course customers are not going to be able to afford these pieces of equipment. And this is, of course, data from, also including low GWP refrigerants, and it's air conditioners. But similar data you'll find if you look at efficient ceiling fans. Efficient ceiling fans, typically super efficient ceiling fans cost about twice or even again 3 times the cost of inefficient ceiling fans. And so again, depending on whichever device you look at, you see a similar, and also across many different markets, you'll see similar trends. So how do we do this and make sure that our devices are affordable? Looks like I'm missing a few slides. Anyway, so one thing to note here is that in terms of the innovation ecosystem, one needs to think about the whole value chain in terms of going from the concept or proving a particular concept that it works, that the science behind it, And then you come to, from the science to a technology, and then from a technology to a business model, and from a business model to manufacturing and scale up. So that whole process, going from concept all the way to a manufacturing scale up, requires a whole lot of effort, and it requires a whole lot of different types of financing that come in at those different stages. So here on this chart, you see essentially what are called technology readiness levels. TRL levels 1 through 9 are essentially the kind of the R&D ecosystem. And you see essentially that there is a big effort in terms of the government funding initially, in terms of the R&D. So this is where agencies, for example, like the Department of Science and Technology in India would play a role. And in the US, of course, is the Department of Energy, and I, of course, work for one of the national labs. Then subsequently, there's what are called valleys of death, which is when you're going from demonstrating a concept to a technology, you might have to change the way that the science is telling you something, and then you might have to change the way that you deploy or you create a technology out of it. You might think that initially your science is telling you that you should make a certain kind of product, but as it turns out, as you're trying to make it into a product, you might find that as you're developing it further, that you might have to make it into a different product. And so each of these valleys of death requires a certain amount of pivoting, as well as a kind of support that the ecosystem needs to provide for an entrepreneur or a scientist or a technologist to go from one valley of death to the next one. The second, commercialization valley of death, has to do with going from product prototyping and production towards manufacturing and supply chain. So you might find other issues. You might find your business model not working, or you might find, maybe there's a supply chain issue where certain components that you thought were low cost are now coming at high cost. So how do you bring in, those considerations? And you might have to change your business model. So again, you need a whole ecosystem approach to be able to tackle each of those valleys of death and to be able to scale up the manufacturing ecosystem. Then you bring in also different actors in terms of the financing. So again, on the left side, you see a lot of government funding because usually private sector isn't willing to take the risk to invest very much in fundamental science. So one other issue that one can face is if you're pushing only one particular technology, then that might not work in terms of you're only incentivizing one manufacturer. You're not incentivizing the whole ecosystem. And there might be multiple ways for a particular technology to be able to address a problem. For example, I might dehumidify using a desiccant. I might dehumidify using a membrane. I might dehumidify using a vapor compression cycle. And each of those might have its own costs, its own technology barrier, its own supply chain. So each of those things needs to be addressed. And so instead of incentivizing just one technology or one product, you build an ecosystem to address the whole problem at once. And given the fact that we're looking at the problem at the scale at which India is going to be facing this is a $1 trillion problem, multiple $1 trillion problem, we need to address it in the ecosystem fashion rather than in a technology fashion. Because otherwise, we're probably going to find that we're going to be suboptimal in terms of investing in a technology that then we find the business model might not work. Or we find maybe the manufacturing scale-up might not work. So we need to make sure that then we address the whole ecosystem as we're deploying this. You bring in also, as you go from TRL level 7 through 9, you bring in also investors. And there you have to think about the Silicon Valley ecosystem that the US has. We have that here also in India, of course, in terms of IT or telecommunications. But in terms of cooling, I think we've had these legacy industries that have been around. HVAC industry, Carrier has invented an air conditioner, over 100 years ago. So that ecosystem needs to get deployed also for technologies such as cooling in order to make sure that we actually develop and demonstrate and deploy the right technology and address this challenge going forward. So I'll see if my slides work. And so one other thing I should mention, this slide shows you a very interesting issue that, when you think about financing, air conditioning and district cooling typically tend to get a lot of financing. But like our friend here was talking about passive design, Rajan was, I think he's been working in this area for a while. And you tend to see people who are focused on the finance tend to not necessarily focus on passive solutions or not necessarily focus on nature-based solutions. So one point to make here is that if you look at this, I've kind of tried to be cute by trying to, show it on a roof. But essentially, as you go down, the impact on the number of people is higher. So for example, passive solutions, nature-based solutions affect people on the street. An air conditioner is not necessarily going to cool and address the urban heat island effect, right? So you need to have nature-based solutions and passive solutions. So how do we get this financing to address not just the air conditioning and district cooling problem, but also to be able to address the passive solutions and nature-based solutions that are also needed by people on the street? So I think this is something that also we need to make sure that we're looking at it more as an ecosystem, not just from an innovation perspective, but also from making sure that people on the street actually benefit from the investments that we're making. Thank you.
Thank you, Nihar. I think you looked at innovation and creating an ecosystem, technology readiness, manufacturing scale up. I think these are all very good, aspects that one needs to really look at. But at the same time, we also need to see how we can probably look at different kind of technologies which are more efficient in terms of cost effective, right? So district cooling being one, where we have seen that centralized cooling system presents a compelling alternative and to individual room air conditioners. And despite the fact that these strategies are doable, we find the penetration very low. However, the private sector has substantial potential to improve or implement district cooling systems, leading to significant energy and cost savings. I have my next speaker, Ms. Shrisha Chandana, who leads the Sustainability and CSR initiative at the India Hotels Company Limited. And your perspective with, the amount of experience that you have plays a pivotal role in various environmental initiatives, collaborating with external partners to address concerns such as energy use, water conservation, pollution reduction, waste management, and biodiversity preservation. Your perspectives, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Am I audible? Am I audible? Am I audible? Yep. Yeah, thank you. So, thank you very much for the introduction, and it's a privilege and an honor to be able to kind of share the Indian Hotels story. I would say this is maybe a little late entry into the foray into the sustainable cooling space for sure, but I thought it would make for a little bit of a fun story also, because we are actually the adopters, and it's important for all the innovators to have the right kind of adopters to be able to work with in a corporate kind of a setup. So I'm representing Indian Hotels Company Limited, 120-year-old company, longest standing brand of Tata Group. So while it's a double-edged sword, so while you come with the legacy of being the Tata Group and the benefits associated with it, it's also a little bit of an ambling white elephant every once in a while, because we move very slowly and agility might not always be a forte. That seems to be changing in the last 5 years, specifically so. And I'll share a little bit of what work has happened in this space, and I thought I'd also use this opportunity to also talk about possibly what are the gaps which still exist from a corporate perspective. Because while there is a business that we are running, how are we really thinking about cooling, sustainable cooling, and those aspects in context of the business that we are running? So, like I said, 120-year-old company, we've been doing sustainability long before it became regulation. Since 2000, sustainability report is being published. It's been a self-disclosure that has been happening. However, during the pandemic, I think almost the entire world went through a process of self-reflection, and that is when we got back to the drawing board and we said we need to put together a structure in place to be able to address things which were most important. And we put together Pathya, which was our framework for addressing multiple different aspects associated with ESG framework. And one of the biggest pieces, one of the key pillars to this entire framework was to be able to promote environmental stewardship. So under the environmental stewardship, I wanted to kind of discuss one of the pieces. And this was to do with our collaboration with IFC Tech Emerge. This started very early, actually right in the middle of the pandemic, somewhere around in 2020, maybe in May or June 2020, that we actually got together and started working with them to be able to look at opportunities to work with sustainable cooling. This was Dipta, who's based in Nepal, and Selchuk, sorry. And Selchuk, who's based in DC, who actually kind of worked with us to be able to put this entire program together. And we looked at all the aspects. This is how all our hotels are. It's almost similar to any kind of a real estate business that we actually run, any company would run. So, and we looked at opportunities of what is the kind of technologies, new innovative technologies that we can bring in place to be able to kind of support new ways of going about things which would be more efficient, reduce carbon footprints. And we released what you call a kind of a competition, a program, and we invited applications from innovators. So close to about 44 innovators from 11 different countries actually sent in their nominations to be part of this particular global innovation program, which was being supported by Indian Hotels. There were about 9 different technologies across 6 different hotels of ours which were tested, and the entire program took us about 18 months to actually kind of go through the entire program, and we did due diligence towards the end of 6 months to be able to see what the kind of impact was. We saw that the impact was fairly great in terms of the kind of monetary benefits which were received, as well as the carbon footprint reduction which was seen. So having seen that, one of the things that stayed with us was that how do we make sure that this is a culture that we are able to kind of drive through the organization at Indian Hotels and also support the sector at large. And then we went ahead and we said that if this has to become not something that we did just as a project with IFC Tech Emerge, but we create an ecosystem which is supportive of new innovations and technologies, so we need to do something a little more long-standing, and we went ahead and we've now got into an understanding, an MOU with IIT Jammu, where they have a facility for cooling innovation lab, which has been opened up. And we have committed to actually support new technologies which are tested in the lab there to be able to provide them with a test bed in our hotels. At the same time, we are also looking at it from a diversity angle and saying we are going to support 20 women who are going to be kind of provided the opportunity for advanced education in the space of sustainable cooling technology, and some other things that we are kind of tying up with IIT Jammu with. So this is something that we have done, and as Indian Hotels. And one of the thoughts that I was left with when I was discussing this and I read the preliminary note was that what can corporates really do in this particular place to be able to make a difference? Yeah, and then are we doing enough? Like, what does this animal look like, you know, the sustainable cooling piece? And I was having this conversation earlier in the day also, and I said that, you know, the largest cost in running hotels as a business is that we have our workforce cost, because we are a people-intensive business. Our second biggest cost is actually heat, light, and power. And in heat, light, and power, our biggest cost is actually cooling. So that is how big the animal is that we need to address to be able to kind of give the required, required focus to this particular topic for us to kind of take care of. Also, another thing I wanted to mention was that during the pandemic was probably one of some of our best years in terms of business also for Indian Hotels Company Limited. Hospitality didn't do very well, but surprisingly, I think that was the time when we looked at alternate ways of doing business. It was also, last year was also our year when we actually did 1,000 crore PAT. First time that we've gone green with 1,000 crore PAT. We increased our footprint across from a growth perspective. We are now over 200 hotels with more than 100 hotels which have already been signed and in the pipeline. We are growing at 10% of our portfolio year on year. So we started the year with 200 hotels. We've already added about 30 hotels this year. So it's not an easy space for us to be, because the growth rate is so rapid that it is concerning. Are we really doing enough to be able to kind of manage everything else that comes with this particular kind of growth? And I said that, you know, what does this really look like? This looks really tough for us. Yes, so it's not going to be an easy space. place. We don't know where it is headed. We don't know how to kind of actually make it there. In bits and pieces, there are some solutions which lie around the place. But I think it's also much to do with the mindset of how corporates are operating. Yeah? So the balance between business and what is the right thing to do, I think those are the kind of questions to ask. And when I was reflecting on this, I'm an avid sports person, Mr. Seth. So I don't play, obviously, but I watch a lot of sport, yeah. And I drew my simile from athletics, and I watch a lot of marathon, and I think marathon is also one of the most watched, and probably a lot of people indulge in it today. And if you notice, the person in white there is Kipchoge. Kipchoge is one of the, he's a marathoner now. He used to run 1,500, 3,000 meters, steeple chases. He used to do, he's run multiple different, distances. And probably the top 5 best timings out of the top 10 in marathons is held by Kipchoge. And I put this picture up here because you know what? Nobody had ever run a sub 2-hour marathon ever. And Kipchoge managed to kind of do it in Vienna. But this was actually, this was done by the larger ecosystem. The organizers decided that we have to help Kipchoge actually beat the world record, do a sub 2-hour kind of a thing. And they provided him with 42 pace setters. Yeah? So this was the team actually which made Kipchoge do a sub 2-hour marathon. So while for one person to be able to make it happen, there were 42 other pace setters who were there with him. And you know, I've not been able to highlight it, but amongst these 42 people, there are gold medalists from Olympics across different, distances, 1,500 meters, 3,000 meters, who were actually pace setters for Kipchoge. So what I'm trying to say is that as corporates, I don't think we are doing enough in terms of having a common goal. We are not talking to each other, and we are not saying that this is our larger goal. And if we were to be able to kind of collaborate and think of how can we kind of maximize and optimize the opportunities that are available in the ecosystem, I think there is so much more that we can do. Just a couple of days back, I was listening to Professor Dr. Anil Kumar Gupta. He's a Padma Shri, works in the space of community. And he said that one of the big things which is lacking from corporates is that corporates, the upload-download ratio is skewed. So we don't upload as much as we download. We are constantly looking for what's available on the internet and what are the solutions available. But we are not really uploading any of the good stuff that we are doing. We are not talking about it. We are not sharing enough. Yeah? We are constantly, and because there is so much good work that is happening in India, in our country, but are we doing enough about communicating about some of those things? So are we running this race together so that we can reap the benefits together? I think that's the only thing I want to leave everyone with. Thank you.
Thank you, Sirisha. I think, you know, the efforts being put in by the Taj Group are really commendable. Let's transition to another segment of the space cooling. It's, I mean, beyond the space cooling aspects, which is very, very important. Sustainable cooling ecosystem, cold chains. We have Mr. Ravindra Dolare, who's the president of EcoZen. It's an initiative, business initiative which he runs. He has about 10 years of experience, skilled product manager specializing in product development, positioning, branding, and pricing, along with driving business excellence. Let's have a round of applause for him. Now, EcoZen Solutions was founded with a vision to revolutionize the handling of perishables across the value chain through clean and innovative technologies. The company is now focused on efficiently harnessing solar energy to build resilient cold chains. Ravindra, it's yours.
Sure. Thank you, World Bank. Thanks for inviting EcoZen at this wonderful forum. For a very different world, that is world of agriculture, world of commodities, we call it world of perishables. So it's a different world altogether, and how innovative cooling technologies which are decentralized, renewable based, are creating a great amount of impact globally. So in my talk, I will put more emphasis on technology, the impact, and what's the need of cooling solutions in this sector. What are the challenges? A few in that direction in a span of 5 to 6 minutes maximum. Next slide, please. So I would like to take everyone back to 2012 when we started Ecozen Solutions. While visiting some farms, we observed that on one side, there is a water in bore and there is a farm, but there is no crop. When we try to understand the reason and challenges behind it, we realize that there is a dependency on rain-fed irrigation and many farmers won't be able to take multiple crops. So to address this problem, we developed very innovative, what we realized that this problem is so big that only 34.3% arable land is irrigated. And just to address this problem, we developed a very innovative smart controller for irrigation. And this is our first controller that we deployed at a farm gate near Chhattisgarh. And while doing that, you can see in this image that the land is a barren land, there is no greenery, and farmers were really facing such kind of problems. But after deploying this innovation and technology in a span of 1.5 years, you can see the change. You can see a complete green land and a lot of happiness to the farmers. So he is Mr. Raju. He is a farmer where we deployed this unit. And after deploying this unit, the farmer was very happy. His production levels gone up. However, he shared a very interesting problem statement, and this is where we decided to develop a very innovative cooling solution. He said that his income levels did not increase in the same proportion as the production level. And then we started digging deep into the problem statements, and what we realized that, next, this is a common situation you will encounter even today, not only in India, but in different developing countries. When farmers don't get right price to their produce, or if there is a demand and supply gap, or for perishable commodities, they know that they cannot take it to the further market, they throw their commodities. And when we started talking about, reading about this problem, we realized that this is such a big global problem. Next slide. I mean, this is a big number. I mean, every year there is a loss of $7.3 billion US produce. And even Mr. Ashish Kumar talked about post-harvest losses. And this is what is happening currently in agriculture sector. Next slide. So if you look at this fact, this is very interesting that every year around the globe, 1.3 billion tons of food is lost. That is 1/3 of all food produced for human consumption. If you think about this fact, there is a big challenge of food security. There is a big challenge of post-harvest losses. And when different policy makers, decision makers are thinking about this on post-harvest losses, there is another analogy which is coming out that this loss is not only on post-harvest side, but whatever efforts are being put pre-harvest side, which is land efforts, labor efforts, water efforts, everything is waste. So 30% waste on post-harvest side is as good as 30% wastage on input side. So this is where, to solve this problem, in 2016, we launched world's first decentralized, renewable-based, and with one of the fastest installation, a portable solar cold room. Go to next slide. Go back. One slide back. Okay, I think. No problem. So we launched this solution in 2016, which is portable in nature, and we wanted to develop this solution sustainable. So we decided not to use any chemical battery in the product. So we decided to use water-based thermal backup. So today this product has water which gets converted into ice, and there is a new terminology known as ice batteries. These ice batteries actually forms a backup during non-solar hours. So this is how this solution came out, and we patented this product. We have 10 patents on the product. And today, this product is installed at the farm gate. So we developed this solution as a farm gate infrastructure. Now, why farm gate infrastructure? Because for any commodity, to improve its shelf life, it is very important to remove heat from the commodity. And this is where this solution came out and it became decentralized. These two slides indicates that after launching this product, we realized there are many challenges on the ground. Farmers don't understand commodity language. It's very difficult to build capacity. It is very difficult to train them, to teach them about what are different temperature range, commodity range. So if you go back to the previous slide, we develop a very backslide. So we develop very innovative app on the basis of different commodity algorithms. On a click of button, anybody can now set temperature and humidity, which is linked with the algorithm of the cold room. So it's a smart, decentralized, portable cold room. And then we started capturing this data on our dashboard. Next slide. So this is where we develop remote monitoring and remote controlling features. So today we control all our cold rooms which are installed globally, and we provide kind of a service to the farmers. So how cooling is changing now the farming community? Go to next slide. So at Ecozen, we started educating farmers to timing the right at the market, reduce food wastage, and also giving them access to the farther market. So for example, today strawberry farmers in Maharashtra are using this technology at the farm gate, and they have started exporting strawberries at the right time to markets like Delhi. Earlier, their supply chain was to take it to the Pune airport by flight, take it to the Delhi market, and they had only span of 8 to 10 hours to sell strawberry. And at the retail level, they were aware that if strawberry comes through non-cooling solutions, then they have only 8 to 12 hours to sell, and there is a loss of 40%. So they used to inflate the prices of strawberry at the retail level. Now with availability of such solutions, they realize that they can still have a shelf life of at least 2.5 days. And they can easily store these commodities even on the demand side, and they can sell it easily into the market. So many farmers in India, today we have presence in Africa and other countries, have started using this technology, improving shelf life and making an impact. When we realized that it is not easy to sell this technology to farmers, so we developed leasing and cold chain as a service model. So even smallest of the farmers have started using this technology today. Next. So these are few case studies where many, in India we call it as farmer producer organizations, which is collective of farmers. They have started using this technology to make themselves sustainable. So what they do today, they buy commodities from the farmers, they do their own market linkage, and they sell it at right time at right price. And this is where many FPOs and farmers have started earning extra income using the cooling solution at the farm gate, and they started becoming self-sustainable in nature. So today in India, we have deployed almost 1,000 such technologies at different user base, individual farmers, self-help groups, women self-help groups, farmer producer organizations at sourcing side as well as on the demand side. Next slide. Next. Go to next slide, I think. And beyond India, just go to next slide. I think probably last 2 to 3 slides. So, yeah. So this is where we have presence today. Like in Africa, also it is creating great amount of impact by deploying such technologies at the farm gate and at the same time reducing food losses. So this is a great ecosystem which has been created in Africa, where one of our partner has deployed this technology to many communities who are storing avocados and mangoes, and they have started exporting those commodities to the Europe. Because to export such commodities, it is very important to pre-cooled commodities at the farm gate. So with this, it has changed very much for them, and it has generated extra income for them. Next slide. Next. So just backside. I'm just talking about few impact numbers, and I will close my presentation. So today we have deployed almost 1.25 lakh such devices on the ground, and this has created great amount of impact. Next slide. So it has generated 1.3 billion kilowatt hours of clean energy till date, and it has also contributed to reduction of GHG emissions, which is almost 1 million tons. And we have a vision to contribute more to the environment, because India is also talking about net zero by 2070 and reduction of GHG by 40%, 45% by 2030. So we are planning to deploy 1.5 million such devices by 2030, reduction of GHG emission up to 45 millions. And yeah, total 600 people are working today in the organization with presence in more than 15 countries, deploying such cooling solutions at different farms. And I would like to end this presentation how this technology is now changing the mindset of policymakers in India. And one of the pioneering state, which is Orissa, where it has created a great amount of impact, and it has pushed government to develop a great amount of policy, which has become benchmark in the country. So probably in the last slide, just play that video, and that's the end of my presentation. So it's in Odia language, but there are subtitles. Can you just check the sound? So this video is about how agriculture is getting transformed using technologies, and how farmers are getting benefit, and how different governments are defining their policies. Thank you for your attention, and I hope such cooling solutions will transform many lives of farmers across the globe. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ravindra. Thank you. I think, your initiative to revolutionize the handling of perishables across India is really, really commendable. Thank you very much. I spoke at the beginning about the India Cooling Action Plan. And when we talk about the plan, looking at various solutions that it provides, it's very important to see how implementable all these initiatives and solutions are. And when we talk of implementation, the biggest challenge that we have in a country is that all of this implementation has to happen at the sub-national level. And that is where the capacities, resources, I think they really become the center of the action. What better a person than Zerin Osho, who has been doing a lot of work in this area. She represents she is the director of the India program at IGSD. And I'm going to invite her next to give her perspectives on the challenges, the way you have been able to handhold the states in the implementation, and how do you see it kind of scaling up, the initiatives in the right direction. So Zerin, I would invite you to give your perspectives and the work that you've been doing at IGST.
Thank you, sir. And before I start, I'd like to thank the World Bank and partners for having me here today. As sir mentioned, my name is Zerin Osho. I'm from the Institute for Governance and Sustainable Development. And it's been such a pleasure to hear all of my co-panelists, and I hope you all have enjoyed the same. I'm going to speak a little more from the policy aspect of cooling and what that means for the implementation, as Mr. Sanjay Seth pointed out, and what that means in terms of bringing it down from the different valleys of death that the technologies cross to be actually implemented. So there is no doubt in our mind that heat stress is going to cost India in terms of percentage points of its GDP. It impacts productivity, agriculture, food systems, health, and the overall well-being of a society. Not to mention the economic losses that the World Bank points out in its Cooling Opportunities report. So what we need to look at is the perspective of creating cooling solutions from, like Professor Rajan Raval said, from a passive cooling solutions perspective and also the active cooling solutions perspective, which is your mechanical air conditioning. And those two then together create an ecosystem for cooling for the country to manage heat stress. Now, this entire exercise has been done through the introduction of the India Cooling Action Plan. Government of India was amongst the first governments globally to have launched a cooling action plan for the country. And since then, what we are trying to manage is essentially the concept of providing thermal comfort for all. Not necessarily cooling for all in the sense of mechanical cooling, but thermal comfort for all. And for that policy implementation, there needs to be three things that have to happen. And these three things, as we identify at IGST, are socializing, the need for that issue to be tackled, which has of course happened through the launch of the India Cooling Action Plan, and of course by the fact that all of us are here today discussing this issue. The second is by the creation of a market symmetry, so that we can then talk about how to finance solutions, where is the money coming in from. And the third being implementing or deploying the technology that Dr. Shah spoke about. So we have, as I said, the socialization of heat stress and cooling needs has already happened in India by the virtue of the policy being developed, by the virtue of these discussions taking place. And what we need to do now is to create the pathways for the other two to flow. So one being technology and the other being finance. IGST, as Mr. Sanjay Seth pointed out, works at the subnational level. Our theory of change is that at the subnational level is where the implementation takes place. So we have the Government of India negotiating several treaties, negotiating on policies globally, and once that has been agreed to, comes into play as domestic law or the law of the land. Once that process has been undertaken, the implementation has to happen at the subnational level, which is where we have the lack of resources, we have the lack of manpower, we have, in some cases, lack of financial resources. So how is it that we fulfill that gap, which is exactly what IGST aims to do? And over the course of the last year, through the India program, which is what I direct, we have observed 5 challenges, which I would like to tackle in that order. So the first challenge we came across was the fact that there is a lack of connecting the dots. So you will have nodal ministries and line ministries that have different solutions to the same challenge without a cohesive plan or an overarching coordination. The second being that trickle-down policy making occurs, unfortunately. So you will have the national government putting out laws and policies like the India Cooling Action Plan. But if you go at the subnational level, which is where the implementation has to take place, there is very little done in order to understand how the state policies need to be changed or developed in order to adopt those national changes in the policy. The third being the lack of exposure or the knowledge of what the Government of India's negotiations or standpoints have been on international treaties. And to give you an example, with regard to cooling is the Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol, which requires the phase out of HFC-based, and the second, for everybody who's familiar, the phase down schedule starting 2028. And interestingly enough, Ravindra's company, Ecozen, based on an internal study that we did for the cold chain sector, is one of the few companies that is actually fast-tracking the phase down of the refrigerant gases that have to be tackled by 2028. So the fourth point being the lack of investment infrastructure. So Ravindra and his company Ecozen have been very successful in creating an investment framework. They have created business models that are innovative, that work, that are actually providing the results that we are hoping to see. But for a lot of the other sectors on cooling, as Professor Rajan Raval mentioned, for something as simple as passive cooling, smart surfaces, painting your roofs white, there may or may not be a business case. So then thinking about the graph that Dr. Nihar Shah was pointing out to about the death valleys and what level of development takes place, we need to identify at what point does the bank come in, the private sector comes in, at what point the government subsidies come in, and at what point grants come in, for that matter. The last point being the lack of exposure to technical solutions. And these 5 challenges in our working at the subnational level in India has been the sum total of what we'd like to change or what we'd like assistance and coordination with everybody sitting in this room for and with to solve these issues. So let me start with the same points, and what we see is an area for opportunity to collaborate and an area for action to take place. The first being connecting the dots. So an interesting development took place in India, which is the announcement of the India carbon markets. The markets are supposed to go live in 2026, and according to the National Gazette, the India carbon markets are going to be trading hydrofluorocarbons, methane, black carbon, amongst with the carbon dioxide being the major gas to be traded. Now the question then becomes, because the frameworks, the investment frameworks and the mechanism is yet to be decided, what happens to projects like the one that EcoFrost comes in? Does one trade HFC? That has been avoided because they use water as a cooling base. Or do you trade black carbon reductions because they are a solar powered cold store? Or do you then trade methane reductions from post-harvest food losses? So questions like these need to be tackled. And these are the questions that are going to determine what happens to the future of cooling and the heat stress that we've all been speaking about and the future of the solutions that we're discussing here. Similarly, there have been speculations that the India carbon market is also a ploy by the government of India to look at CBAM, which is the border adjustment tax by the European Union, to protect India's exports into the US. If this is the way that the government of India is thinking for something to protect its iron and steel and aluminum sectors, this is potentially the time for us to also discuss the possibility of Indian manufacturing entering into Africa as the primary provider for air conditioning equipment and eating into the Chinese market that has currently been the major market provider in Africa. So that then provides an opportunity for policy to play a role. The next being how there are different markets now, including Vera, which very recently has provided a carbon credit trading at $40 a ton for reductions in Punjab and Haryana farmers for just behavioral change. So there is now more and more innovation in the way you're trading credits. So for low tillage, there is a carbon credit that a farmer in Punjab and Haryana can earn. This is a project listed by Vera, by a company called Grow Indigo. So when there are projects that are as simple as behavioral change, rather not simple, very difficult to change, when you can credit those, there is a way to credit and incentivize the change in the cooling sector as a whole. The next point, the trickle-down policy making. I think one of our biggest takeaways was the State Action Plan on Climate Change. When the state action plans were decided to be made law for all states to be picking up and running with, back in 2008, 2009, very little understanding existed at the time in order to understand what was the purpose of having these climate change action plans. Today, in 2024, we have an opportunity to use the SAP CCs as methods of using policy for promoting solutions for sectors like cooling. Apart from that, we also saw in cooling, you will have the national government talking about energy efficiency, but if you go to GEM, which is the government e-marketplace, a lot of the products listed do not have energy efficiency as one of the points for the sale of those equipment in public offices or for any public procurement. The next being at the subnational government, we've seen several bulk procurement programs being held by the national governments through EESL and others. There is a huge opportunity at the state level for the same to be replicated, and replicated not just to bulk procure any technology, but the technologies that Dr. Shah spoke about, highly efficient, energy efficient air conditioning for places and institutions where that was required. The fourth point being the lack of investment framework. So a lot of the revenue frameworks and the revenue models that are coming out from the cooling sector are yet to be determined. And there is a reluctance on the side of institutional investors to actually put money up for the adoption of these technologies. What is going to be needed from, again, the slide that Dr. Shah presented, of the different valleys of death and the different levels of technological growth, once the market-ready products are out there, there is a need for us to provide private capital that comes in and essentially bypasses institutional investors. And we have seen successful models of that. We have seen how the UK and the NIIF, National Infrastructure Investment Fund of India, came together with $240 million corpus and invested in climate tech companies, and the valuation of the same equity fund reached about $1 billion, which became the wealthiest equity fund in the world, green equity fund in the world. So how do you replicate the same to solve for the financing bits for adoption of these technologies? The last being our experience with technology. We must remember that the government of India and India as a whole has been the market driver for the most innovative, most efficient technologies in the world, and we've seen that with the government of India hosting along with DST the Global Cooling Prize. We have seen over and over the magic of Indian innovation and the how. So we have that on one hand, and that exists in certain circles. But how do you penetrate that innovation down onto the value chain? I did hear Mr. Ashish Kumar talk about value chain in the beginning, in the opening remarks. Where we need to come in, we have the Make in India program. India wants to be a manufacturing hub, but the actual money is in intellectual property. How do we protect our intellectual property in cooling? Through programs like the Global Cooling Prize that DST co-hosted with RMI, then becomes the way forward. And how do you then translate those technologies to the subnational government where implementation has to occur is another question where policy can help. And the third point under this was our experience of working with the state level governments where they said, we don't know if such and such technology actually works. So there is a deficit of confidence at the subnational levels, meaning that there needs to be an evaluation platform that needs to be created for technologies that are going to be suited for the local, hyper-localized situations or circumstances that the states face. And talking about cold chains, we were working with the Punjab government where they are looking at the cold chains not from the storage perspective, but from the perspective of growing mushroom for exports. So these hyper-localized circumstances make a lot of difference and will also be the birthplace of how different financial models will come along. And that is the sort of the need of the hour and what we need to actually focus on when we collaborate. I think in conclusion, policy can play a really good role if the policy is controlled both top down and bottom up. And that can happen, and we have seen examples of it succeeding through the National Solar Mission. There is probably a need for a discussion on how we replicate the same for a national mission on cooling, which looks at all of the overarching models, line ministries, nodal ministries, the different programs that the government of India runs together to solve one problem. We've seen the successes of the National Solar Mission. It's maybe time to replicate. And on that note, for the near-term heating and the heat stress that we are facing, simplest solution is to reduce short-lived climate forces, which are non-CO2 gases. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Zarin. Thank you, Zarin. You know, the importance of integrating approach to effectively synchronize the various components of the cooling action plan, and on the push and pull that you talked about, I think very, very important. We are extremely late in terms of time management. I think we can very quickly see a show of hands in terms of questions that are, you know, is anyone in the audience? We're just going to take 2 questions in the interest of time, please. I see one here. Okay, good. So we have just one question. Can I, you know, please introduce yourself and then who's it addressed to? Can we have the mic here, please? Thank you. Switch it on, please. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks to all the amazing panelists for varied and very interesting perspectives. My name is Asim, and I work with Tabreed, which is one of the world's largest district cooling utility and provider of sustainable and energy efficient cooling as a service. So mine is not a question actually, but a supporting comment to what Dr. Nihar mentioned, you know, that we have the technologies available, but we need to create that ecosystem. So by, you know, with this growing awareness And with the availability of such alternatives like district cooling providers like ours being present in the country, providing the aggregation of cooling loads, providing the scale advantages, do enable that, when we talk of this ecosystem, so be it energy efficiency, be it adoption of technologies which are, which do not make upfront monetary sense, but by providing the aggregation of loads, by providing these scale advantages, there are enablers present in the market which which make this happen. And through an innovative business model, through upfront investments in all these technologies, there are alternatives like ours available to make this happen. And this also touches upon what Ms. Sirisha, you said, that there has to be an entire ecosystem of enablers, like one business enabling the other business. So thanks for all those perspectives. And this is just a supporting comment that yes, there are alternatives available. And thankfully, this ecosystem is being created, but we need more and more awareness and participation from each of the market participants, be it manufacturers or other market enablers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think, Tabreed, thank you very much. So finally, we have another question. Okay. Last question, please.
Hi, am I audible? Great. My name is Pritesh and I'm from Panasonic. So we also are, we support sustainability. Panasonic globally, we have a Panasonic Green Impact Initiative, and we've been selling ACs for 65 years plus. We sell ACs every 5 seconds. There is a Panasonic AC sold across the world. So we're not talking about that, but the interesting point that I observed, because India, as you are aware, has the lowest AC penetration rate, which is around 7% or so. Given the immediate climate change that's happening and the heat stress that's happening, is it feasible to have climate-based solutions? Of course, gradually we can ramp up, but immediately there would be a requirement for ACs because there is a lot of deaths because of heat, because of the extreme temperature conditions. That's the question one. And second question, in terms of cold chain solutions, while Ecozen is doing wonderful work, and kudos to the Ecozen founder over here, while you're doing great work for agriculture, where meats and meat products are the non-perishables, again, perishable items when it comes to the industry. What is the sort of solutions that you offer in there? So those are the two questions.
All right, thank you. Go ahead. Here.
So yeah, thanks for the question. I think in terms of making sure that the air conditioners that do get produced and that get deployed actually address the need. I think addressing affordability is the key point, because if we don't address affordability, and again, not just air conditioners, even ceiling fans, right? Alleviating heat stress, I think making sure that the efficient devices that are made are affordable for everyone, and innovating both on the technology side and on business models. I think the Tabreed model is one where the total cost of ownership, for example, is an innovation in the business model. So how do we innovate across the whole value chain to make sure that the best solutions are getting deployed for people on the street? I think that's the main thing that we need to make.
Thanks for your comment. So currently, we are trying to solve one of the biggest problem of food security using cooling solutions. However, for industrial applications, we really haven't thought of any applications on industry side. But if there are any applications where you see that such kind of solutions can make sense, I'm open to discuss and explore if same technology can be replicated in other applications. Thank you.
You wanted to add some?
Conditioner. So I think, yes, looking at climate change, definitely providing air conditioner or higher penetration is going to help. But I think in a long run, if we just keep the cooling aside and start looking at thermal comfort, and more for a physiologically, currently the human body is designed to adapt much higher temperature, much higher and much lower temperature. Now, the moment one, and I'm using very consciously this word, the moment we start getting addicted to air conditioner, the physiological changes, certain kind of nodes which are active right now in our body will not remain active probably about 100 years down the line. And that is where we really need to keep sure that our human physiology remains adaptive to the extreme climates. And then short term, wherever the productivity is required, we really have to have a comfortable environment. But other than that, we really need to maintain the assets which we have right now and not simply get addicted to conditioning. Thanks.
Thanks. All right. With that, we come to the end of this session. I think I'd like to, on behalf of the organizers, World Bank Group, as well as on my own behalf, I would like to thank all the panelists for their very valuable comments that you made, presentations and comments that you all made. And I hope you found these deliberations meaningful. Thank you very much, and I hand it back to you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjay Sheth, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, of course, I would invite the entire panel to please step up once and step up ahead for a group picture, all of you together. At this point of time, I would also like to invite on stage Mr. Mehul Jain and of course, Mr. Ashish Kumar, sir, to join us on the stage for a group picture of the entire panel. Thank you to both the gentlemen for giving a great start and setting the context for this session that came up. And thank you so much, Mr. Sheth, for building it up for us. So, ladies and gentlemen, as our panel comes up on the stage for a picture, you must have spotted a QR code on the screen. I will request our AV team if they can flash it once again. We have been sharing a QR code with you for the sessions. That is an anonymous feedback form. And feedbacks are extremely important at events like these because that is what helps us build up better content for you in the next year's edition. If there's something that you like, please write. If there's something that you didn't like, let us know. And if there's something that you wish you would have heard about, please let us know that as well. As I invite, can I request everyone to alight from the stage, from the right of the stage, please. Behind me from the podium, please. Kindly alight from this side. And as I invite all of you, please join us for lunch outside. Just one announcement for the guests that are staying in-house and haven't checked out yet. Ladies and gentlemen, I urge you, please use the lunch hour to also check out of your respective rooms. You can leave your luggage with the bell desk or at the concierge. And please ensure that your checkouts are done by the time you come back and join us. The official cutoff time for checkouts is 3 o'clock. I urge you to not wait till the last minute. Also, please come back in time from lunch, as we also have later in the day a high-level valedictory session coming up, and we are expecting the Minister of Transport, Industries and Protocol for the Government of Goa, Mr. Movin Godino, to be joining in for that. So let's stick to the timelines. Have a great, well-deserved lunch, everyone. Let's see you back here for the next session at 2. Everyone, welcome back. Requesting you all, if your roomies are not here, if your friends are not here, your co-delegates are not here, please give them a call and tell them to rush in promptly. And I'm sure the guests outside in the courtyard can hear us, hopefully, and they join us as well. I hope the needful checkouts have already been done. So I think some of you might notice there is a slight increase in the temperature of the hall. It was pretty chilly, and the most comical part of the entire thing was that we were discussing global cooling solutions in a very chilly environment. So ladies and gentlemen, we are all set to begin this session, as I have been given a very clear go-ahead by the sessions chair of the final session of the India Climate and Development Partners Week. Please settle down so that I may start introducing the welcome address and of course the rest of the panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, this session, I do hope that all our Goan friends outside in the pre-function area would join us ASAP for this one. Because talking about all the sessions that have taken place thus far, this is probably one of the most critical sessions also for all the people that hail from Goa in the house or that are here. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about building coastal resilience in South Asia, and we delve into a multi-sectoral approach for the same. Coastal communities in South Asia face mounting climate risks and development pressures, underscoring the need for integrated resilience approaches. Balancing economic growth of coastal cities, often economic powerhouses, with the conservation of coastal ecosystems is a complex challenge that involves multiple stakeholders and requires an integrated approach. This session will convene policymakers, disaster managers, and subject experts to exchange insights and solutions based on major coastal resilience initiatives in the region. Discussing key gaps in enabling multi-sectoral policies and actions for preparedness and response, participants will explore pathways to enhance risk-informed development through collaboration. Furthermore, panelists will also share best practices and strategies to promote socially inclusive, community-centered resilience, securing livelihoods and addressing vulnerabilities for key stakeholders and other marginalized populations. Overall, the session will draw on diverse frontline experiences to enrich understanding of integrated, equitable approaches to strengthening South Asian coastal community resilience. I would like to start inviting the panelists on the stage. Our final knowledge session of this year's Partners Meet is being chaired by the Senior Disaster Risk Management Specialist for World Bank, Mr. Anup Karanth. I invite Anup sir on the stage. Joining him as panelists on the stage as speakers shall be Mr. Arun Kumar Mishra, the Secretary for Environment and Climate Change, Goa. A very warm welcome, sir. Mr. Gyan Ranjan Das is the Executive Director of OSDMA. Welcome to the stage, sir. I would also like to, at this point, welcome Ms. Swarna Kazi, who has already joined us virtually. Ms. Kazi is the Senior Disaster Risk Management Specialist and GFDRR focal point for Bangladesh World Bank. Ms. Jyoti V. Nair, joining us next on the stage, is Urban and Resilience Sector Portfolio Manager for Agency Francoise de Development. Mr. Saurabh Biswas is the Director for Resilient Infrastructure and Nature-Based Solutions for Sponge Collaborative. Giving us a start, opening start to this session is the Lead Disaster Risk Management Specialist from SSACD World Bank, Ms. Yolanta Crispin Watson. Let's give her a round of applause, everyone. All ears, this is your final knowledge session of the conference this year.
Ladies and gentlemen, and distinguished guests and speakers, I have an honor to open the last session of this event dedicated to building coastal resilience in South Asia. And certainly the beautiful Goa provides us with a perfect setting for discussion on this topic. And we have reasons why we put so much focus on coastal resilience. This is because coastal regions are so vulnerable to weather extremes, to climate change, the rising sea levels, but also to geophysical hazards such as tsunamis and soil erosion. Coastal also homes to very fragile ecosystems. Those ecosystems provide habitat for nature, but also provide as a very protective barrier, for example, for flooding, coastal flooding, but also storm surges. South Asia has very dense populated urban areas which are growing with people moving to cities for better jobs or different jobs and better opportunities. Some of the very critical infrastructure is located in coastal areas, very nodal roads, transport systems, power plants, ports. And these areas also provide for to the national economies and are very significant contributors to national and local economies through, notably through such sectors as tourism, fisheries, trade, and shipping. At the same time, some of these areas and some to a large extent hold very important, significant cultural heritage, historical significance. And again, Goa here is the prime example for that, with very unique cultural heritage features, culture, monuments, and sites. Therefore, investments in both structural and non-structural measures to protect coastal areas and people living in those zones is so important and should be further strengthened. But the coastal protection of coastal areas requires very holistic approaches that integrate science, engineering, policy measures, community participation, and that was the subject of discussions this morning, where collaboration between governments, researchers, the civil society organizations, citizens, and private sector is essential. We've observed and already have some experience with new approaches to address coastal areas, risk to coastal areas. These are not only, less in the past, mostly related to, for example, seawalls. Now we are employing different measures that blend technology with nature-based solutions. A good example of that is the concept of living shores, where the native vegetation is used to protect and stabilize the shores, and often blended with more structural and engineered measures. India certainly faces many challenges with very long 7,500 kilometer shoreline, and these challenges are recognized in the programs of the government, but at the same time we should note what the great achievements have been already made, especially in reducing losses of life to especially weather-related events and cyclones, particularly since 1999 and the cyclone Odisha. So data definitely supports this conclusion. So now we need to do more, and we to protect also assets and also livelihoods in these areas. But all those advancements, mostly in saving lives, were made due to better monitoring of natural hazards, better forecasting, weather forecasting, early warning systems, better emergency preparedness, and strengthened response. So today we'll hear more about very successful efforts in Kerala, Odisha, in Bangladesh, and also in other countries. So with that, let me give floor to my colleague, Anup Karanath from the World Bank, to moderate the session. Thank you.
Hear me? Is it audible? Yeah. Thanks, Yolanta. Thanks for the opening remarks and setting the context. Well, I should say that the bank team, curating this event has really put a kind of a very interesting panel here. We have Arun Kumar Mishra ji, Secretary Environment and Climate Change. We have Dr. Gyanodas, Executive Director of Orissa State Disaster Management Authority. Swarna Kazi, she is a Senior Disaster Management Specialist based out from Bangladesh. She's joining us online. We have Jyoti Nair, Urban and Resilience Sector Portfolio Manager from AFD, and Saurabh Biswas, Director, Resilient Infrastructure and Nature-Based Solutions from the Sponge Collaborative. So this panel, what you interestingly will see is that you have experience right from the national to the state to the city as well as local. I think we'll get a kind of a very good insight in terms of how resilience can be built across scales. Having said that, the format for the session, just to get everybody understanding in terms of how we are going for the next 1 hour or so. We have about 5 to 7 minutes that we will request each one of the panelists to share their experiences on how the coastal resilience is being addressed through their experience, through their initiatives. And we'll then open this floor for discussions. I'll have a couple of questions, but I think what we'll see is if there are any interesting questions that the floor would like to come across, please participate in the process. Before I open it up for Arun Mishra ji to come in, I just want to make a few points here in addition to what Jolanta just mentioned. The coast, as we saw today morning, is very dynamic. This is something that when you visit a particular coastline, what you will see that it doesn't remain static. And I think today morning when we witnessed going to Miramar Beach, I've been there a couple of times, and every time I go there, the coastline looks very different. So there is a lot of things that's happening, in addition to what we tend to see in terms of a built environment, but the coast is very, very dynamic. It also means that the risk landscape is also equally dynamic. When I say this, I just want to step back and look in terms of, some of the past disasters that have hit our coastal areas. when you look at states like Gujarat, for example, Gujarat had one of the massive tsunamis that took place in 1945. Well, if we talk about doing any coastal resilience work, it's very important that you embed that story as part of the narrative in terms of how the infrastructure, how communities in that coastal landscape of Gujarat really need to address tsunami risk in addition to that what we talk about in terms of sea level rise. The same thing goes when we look at Orissa, for example. Orissa, I don't think they had a recent tsunami experience, but if you go back in time and if you look at the risk modeling approach and some of the potential fault lines, which are not there sitting next to Orissa, but far away, distant, sitting around Myanmar, if there is a kind of a rupture that takes place in that part of the world, the tsunami is something that the Orissa has to be really prepared for. So what I want to basically, say is that it's important that we also look at extrapolation of the future risk and how that extrapolation of the future risk can be brought down into the scale of development planning and the kind of, risk countermeasures that we would like to put in place. There's also a growing information that's being, communicated by large. I think if you look at sea level rise scenarios, there is a lot of work being done both by institutions within our country. We have several institutions like INCOIS, we have NIOT, NCCR, NCSCM. A lot of institutions are working on sea level rise. But if you have to really go back and look at where is the data available, can we take look of that data and start looking at incorporating that as part of our coastal resilience measure? I think there's a bit of a lack of data. It's very hard to figure out where the inundation will take place, whether it will happen in 2035, whether it will happen in 2045. We have no much idea about it. But it's very important that if these data sets are available, these data sets should be made as part of our development planning processes. Many of the disaster management plans and all the plans that we talk about, especially the SAPCC, they do highlight about these risks, but getting that risks operational at a scale of a coastline is something that we need to be mindful about. The second point I want to touch upon is on the human settlements and the exposure of the assets. It's very staggering. When you look at the night maps or the NASA's maps, the night maps, what you call it as, where you can look at how the light is spread. We have a massive coastline, and there is a lot of infrastructure that is being developed, and a lot of settlements, small, big, medium towns. They are growing in. The size of these cities are like unbelievable. And I think what is very important in the context of coastal resilience is that we need to look at how the risk-informed planning processes can be demonstrated. And more importantly, the kind of services that are available in these areas, whether it is basic services, municipal services, emergency services. I think all these services will really have to look in terms of understanding the kind of extrapolation of the future risk and also look in terms of how that can be strengthened. The third point I want to basically make is from our last decade of experience in the bank, where we have done several post-disaster need assessment studies. There have been several cyclones, and we have done several of these studies in collaboration with the government, in collaboration with other agencies. What we definitely tend to see is that there is a kind of a growing pattern of damage, and this damage pattern is spread across social infrastructure, it is spread across the productive infrastructure sectors, and the damages are quite staggering. When you look at the kind of studies that we undertake, post disaster events, if you have to really recover and put something like a Build Back Better kind of an approach. I mean, states like Orissa, for example, when we did this analysis for Cyclone Foni, I think it turned to be at an order of about $3.5 to $4 billion. Where will this money come from? I think that's something that we all need to really, understand and see in terms of, how we can take a kind of a development pathways where this kind of risk can be minimized. So with that, let me ask Mr. Arun Kumar Mishra, Secretary Environment and Climate Change, to share his perspectives on building of the coastal resilience. And maybe, sir, you can also give some insights into the experience from Goa. Over to you.
Thank you. First of all, I will give the perspective of Goa state, the most beautiful coastal state in India. It spans across the 104 kilometers length of coast, merged with some headlands, and 65 meters length towards east. So our area is quite small, 3702 square kilometer, and our population is higher than the national average. National average is around 372 persons per square kilometer, but in Goa it is around 400 persons per square kilometer. I think here the keys lies how to move ahead in the coastal resilience and adaptation techniques. The high number of per square kilometer persons on regular basis, and considering the footfall, the maximum is around 4 lakh persons per day. The Goa infrastructure sector or the tourism sector can handle the 4 lakh persons per day. If on rotation basis 4 lakh persons per day are coming to Goa and staying through, if you can go by the mean, around 70, 80 lakh, 90 lakh people are optimum level, 1 crore people footfall is there. So a city, a coastline of 104 kilometers with bandwidth of 4 to 10 kilometers is holding the 1 crore people is the biggest challenge for coastal resilience in Goa. This is my first, as a speaker and planner, this is the first challenge for Goa planners, because the population concentration is skewed towards the higher reaches of the, or you can say the western, towards the Western Ghat. That is very skewed. So highest number of concentration is in the coastal area. Then comes, since footfall is there, tourists are there are fly-by-night operators in tourism sector in Goa. They are coming, they are taking the land on the lease for 1 year, 2 years, violating all kind of laws, not doing the proper solid waste management, not doing the waste disposal properly, plastic use, and all the nuances you can see, nonsense activities you can see, they are being done by these fly-by-night operators. So it is another challenge. One side we have to go for adaptation of for the tourism, resilience of the coastal Goa, but how to handle this floodgate of the fly-by-night operators who are only making money here. Number two, if we go by the tourist quality in Goa, earlier we have a very good footfall of international tourists. Now we are getting lesser number of that, and the basic reason is that our infrastructure is good, but not at par with the world standards. So as you know, when the high competition is there, when Spain is opened, is all is border lines, all EU is welcoming everybody, even Thailand, Vietnam. So it is another challenge for Goa. If quality tourists will not come, then they will lesser on the revenue generation. As per GDP, we are getting 30 to 35% from tourism sector. And if you are not getting from the quality tourist, it will go down, and as well as it will burden the economy also. Our remuneration will be not like that. So it is another challenge for our Goa or our policy makers, so that we should come forward with such a sustainable scheme, such a sustainable development pattern, that on one hand, we can manage our coastline, pristine beauty is intact, and on the other hand, we should attract the sensible, knowledgeable, and Goa-loving or the nature-loving tourist. All these are challenges before Goa, and we are handling all these issues. With the support of World Bank, we are looking forward for some PPP partnership type of thing, and we are hopeful that we can work on that. And if it is done, then we can go for the hinterland tourism, we can go for the agriculture tourism. With IRRI, the Philippines Institute Manila, we are entering into an engagement, high salinity resistant rice production, we are working on that. For Khajan, Band management is there. So there are so many challenges, and fund is required, and all these are tourist centric, because all the coastline throughout the world are open gates for the tourists, and the vastness and expansion of the coastlines always attracts the people. So we should on one hand cater those opportunities, and on the second hand we should manage and maintain our infrastructure and future prospective development, so that we can sustain Goa as a premier tourist destination, as well as sustain with that, compete with the other tourist destinations. On these lines, I can conclude, and I invite any queries, anything from the...
Thank you, Mr. Arun Mishra. I think you touched upon very pertinent issues. I think on one side, how do you handle the development pressures, and also some of the opportunities that can be looked into. On the point that you talked about the operators that you talked about, what was that? Yeah, the night operator. I think that those challenges remains in many parts of the world. I think it's more also of a kind of a regulatory aspects that probably will have to be put in place to really try and address that. I'm not sure if there are any other examples from India where these kind of things have been handled. But I think it's good that you touched upon, because this also gives a very kind of an insight in terms of, how that resources, if you have a kind of a good footfall of the tourists, how that can be converted into an opportunity where you can also manage providing good quality infrastructure, and you can also attract investments into the state. Let me ask Dr. Gyanodas to come in now to basically share his. Yeah, please, you can take the dais there. Sure. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to World Bank for giving a platform to share the Odisha experience. In 99, October 29th, one of the devastating cyclone, the super cyclone not named, struck Odisha coast. It had a landfall at Paradip. 10,000 people died. And we have been facing cyclones in the month of November, October, early part of December also. Summer cyclones were not known. And suddenly we had a summer cyclone in May 2019. Funny cyclone Anupji was referring to. And during that cyclone, 67 persons died, from 10,000 to 67 persons. Then we had two summer cyclones also in 2020, 2021, also Amphan and Yas, and Asani also in 2022, and death was 0. And last year, on 2nd of June, we had one of the worst train accidents at Baleshwar on 2nd of June. 288 persons died on the spot. 3,000 passengers were traveling. Noticing, and when these injured persons, critically injured, they were shifted to hospitals immediately. Not a single passenger died en route. And only 6 persons who were critically injured died at the hospital. So from 10,000 deaths in cyclone to 0 deaths in cyclone subsequently from 2020, 21, 22, and handling a disaster like train accident where there is no warning. It suddenly strikes during evening hours 7 p.m. By 12 midnight, all the passengers were shifted. There is not a single injured person who was left inside any compartments. So that shows the resilience of the state machinery and others, how to respond from disasters which has given a warning and to disasters which doesn't give us a warning. And that tested also our capability also. And one of the greatest factor in handling Bahanaga or Baleshwar train accident was the participation of community or local community who immediately responded. Before the fire, ODRAF, NDRF, they responded to this, but RPF came very late. So since these all the result of hard work done during last 2 decades since 99, certain institutional reforms have been made, policy reforms have been made, planning reforms have been made, community investments have been made over the last 2 decades also. OSDM was the first such disaster management authority to set up soon after the super cyclone in the month of November. And it was the first such authority, followed by GSDM after the Bhuj earthquake, when the DM Act was not in there. It is registered by Society Registration Act, and we have also SDMA as per the DM Act, but OSDMA continues to function this way it was functioning prior to DM Act came to force. Prior to 99, we always depended upon armed forces for specialized search and rescue operations. Since super cyclone, we are not requiring the services of any specialized agency. Since we have set up ODRAF in 2001, it was set up with 3 units. Now we have got 20 units across Odisha at 17 locations. And where there, we have got 1,000 trained personnel, search and rescue first aid. So they can be pre-deployed to any disaster situation before a flood strikes or a cyclone strikes. Apart from the ODRAF, we have also developed fire services, fire and emergency services, as also the fast responder, and all the fire stations at the block level, at the ULB level, have been trained at per ODRAF also, same equipments, same type of training. So immediately, whenever required, the fire services can go and respond to the situation. ODRAF need not be deployed. During super cyclone, 10,000 people died because we did not have a safe shelter where people can take shelter during a super cyclone or a cyclone. So it was a conscious decision by that time with a need assessment done by IIT Kharagpur to have multi-purpose cyclone shelters, not pure shelters where it was only for shelter buildings. We came up with 97 shelters immediately after the super cyclone, 60 with the support of World Bank, 37 out of Chief Minister's Relief Fund, but now we have got 837 multi-purpose cyclone shelters. Why I call it multi-purpose? Because these are also during non-cyclone period for various community purposes, including as Anganwadi center or vaccination center or community meetings, community interactions, also social uses like a marriage function in a village, somebody's death rites, these are also used. And these cyclone shelters, once have been constructed, are handed over to the communities. These are managed by the communities. There is a committee headed by the local sarpanch, and there is a community member who is the secretary of that. And we have provided equipments also, 32 types of emergency equipment to these shelters. And we are training 50 volunteers in each shelter, 25 in search and rescue, 25 in first aid, men and women, boys and girls, they are always with the community to respond to any situation. That is where the community resilience, they derive their strength from these volunteers. And during last 1 year, we have trained also more than 40,000 volunteers in these cyclone shelters, having cyclone shelters or power centers. And also we are in the process of training 8,200 urban volunteers located in urban local bodies across the state. Odisha government was the fastest to have a disaster management policy. And it was also the first government-sponsored community-based disaster preparedness program that was taken up in 2001 on a pilot basis in India with the support of UNDP. And then it was upscaled. And today, we are also having this community-based disaster preparedness program in 10,000 villages. Earlier, we had taken another 10,000 villages. We have got around 55,000 villages. Out of that, 10,000 villages, we have already prepared the plans. Another 10,000 is going on. And as Anupji was referring to, risk-informed disaster management planning also will be taking up another 101 villages, integrating technology along with this data that is covered by the community. We are not substituting the community-based approach, rather making an integration with the technology and the community interactions that we have. The cyclone shelters we have constructed, village disaster management plans are prepared, volunteers are trained, but we have to also rehearse the plans prepared, test the plans, test the efficacy of the plans prepared. So from last 15 to 16 years, we have been conducting also community-led mock drills every year on 19th of June. The day is fixed, whether it is a working day or holiday, doesn't matter. So community-led mock drills in all cyclone shelters on 19th of June. They are also supported by ODRAF, NDRF and fire services wherever they are. And we are also having a tabletop exercise at the block level, ULB level, district level on 18th of June. So these 2 days are fixed. So we prepare plans, we have to test it. So that's why at the district level, block level, tabletop exercise, at the community level also, community level mock drills also. As per the Disaster Management Act, we are preparing disaster management plans at the district level. And as per the Odisha Relief Code, which actually Bihar Odisha Famine Code, it has been there since long and we have not, still that is the relief code is also there. We are preparing community, district level contingency plans earlier. But Odisha government is the only state so far which has amended the Gram Panchayat Act and the Panchayat Samiti Act to make preparation of village disaster management plans, GP disaster management plans and block level disaster management plans a statutory obligation on the part of the government or the government functionaries. And the GP plans and village plans that are being prepared at the community level, they are linked to the GP level annual development plans, popularly known as GPDP. So that is also linked. Once the community members identify the risks or the vulnerabilities, they need to link it up to the annual development plans. We have not used the word GPDP in the amendment because GPDP is the current word being used, but that's why in the Act we have used annual development plan. And we extensively use data sets for risk assessment or impact-based forecasting. We have a Satark mobile app where any citizen can download that one for Odisha specific. It gives forecast on flood, cyclone, heat wave, cold wave, everything including sea conditions also. And now the government has decided it will be a single window platform to integrate all disasters. And that will be doing it with support of World Bank in the next page. And any citizen can choose 5 locations across Odisha where they can get area specific, location specific alerts, whether it be temperature or wind conditions. So that's why we are popularizing that Satark mobile app, and that is being used for impact based forecasting also. We have a strong geo-NGO coordinations at the block level, at the district level, at the state level. There is also IAG forum where all the UN organizations, civil societies participate in our process. In May 21, there was a cabinet resolution, and because Honorable CM says every life is precious and we have a mission zero casualty, so he said that there should be a disaster warrior in each household. So we are also emphasizing on 6 departments, capacity building up to village level. We are in the process of training 1 lakh elected PRA members, all elected representatives of urban department, all field officials of the WCD department up to Anganwadi worker, all field workers of the health department up to ASA. Then also we are working with Mission Shakti and Forest Department where we go to the VSS, and Mission Shakti we are targeting all the SSG members at the village level. So they are all a part of this group. And the cabinet resolution also further says all government employees, that is from Group D to the Chief Secretary, all elected representatives from ward member to the Honorable CM shall be trained on disaster management. So also for the government officials, we have now also an online course on disaster management. That is for Group A, Group B, Group C, Group D, Odisha State Open University. So that is already there also. Already Honorable CM has approved, the models have been developed, that will be all government officials have been trained. And as per the direction of the Honorable CM, we have included disaster management in the training curriculum of all government officers, all training institutions, whether it is state ATI, finance services, cooperative services, police services, in all cadres, disaster management has been included in the training program. To further community resilience and role of women, particularly in disaster management, we expect that it should be led by women. So apart from the WSHGs, Anganwadi workers, ASA, those have been there. We have set up a gender and inclusive cell in OSDMO, which has prepared a detailed roadmap that will be followed for all inclusion activities. And we have now started a Swayam Siddha program. UNFPA is helping us. So where adult cell girls, young women and SSG members are being trained, and we are creating more and more leaders among the women who can lead. And we have got 837 cyclone cells, and incidentally 319 women Sarpanch are leading these activities across Odisha. 319. So it's more than 1/3 leading them. And Anupji was referring to sea erosion, sea level rise, inundation. So just I'll end with 1 minute. In Odisha, 7 villages of Rajnagar block, Kendrapada district, are already inside the sea because of rise of the sea water. The place is called Satbhaya, 7 means 7. So more than 560 families have been rehabilitated and relocated at a different plan. They are the first such rehabilitation and relocation because of climate change induced displacement. And we are in the process of making it a model rehabilitation project. That is one. We are investing, mapping, have a detailed livelihood mapping, because we have a session where livelihood was being discussed in the pre-launch session. So we have taking the help of NABARD also to have a detailed household mapping, because they have been moved away from the sea, and they were till yesterday they were depending on the sea actually. So the new livelihood opportunities have to be created to make it sustainable. So that is going on. And with the support of INCOES, we are having a tsunami preparedness program. 382 villages and 5 urban local bodies come under this within 1.5 kilometers of the coastline, which are prone to tsunami. And Anupji was referring to, we have the communities in Odisha, they have seen flood, they have seen cyclone, but they have heard about tsunami, that too only after 2004 tsunami, that made it more known to people actually. And Odisha, we are proud to share, 2 communities in Odisha have been declared certified as tsunami ready communities across India. And we are thankful to INCOIS for providing all the technical support, where these communities don't need any support or any warning from government officials. Once they see or feel that tsunami is going to hit, they have been known. They have been said how they can feel any tremor, they have to evacuate. So they have prepared a tsunami evacuation plan at the community level. They have prepared the signages where they have to evacuation plans, where to go, which are the designated places. And such we will not be getting ourselves restricted in these two communities. We will be making all these 382 villages tsunami ready. That is the plan already Government of Odisha has approved, and we are on the job. Very soon it will be certified in phases by INCOIS by that. And you are also referring to inundation. So it is not only saline inundation or tidal surge. So we have also mapped the villages which are likely to be affected in case there is a tidal surge of 2 meter height, 3 meter height, 4 meter height. Because that is the area where you have to have a targeted evacuation, all a general evacuation. Because whenever there is going to, because most of the people died during super cyclone, because you got the tidal surge which came 20 kilometers inland actually. So that's why we have mapped also the areas where people can be evacuated depending upon the forecast for the tidal surge. For impact-based forecasting, we need data and various types of data. So OSDMA is also in the process of setting up automatic weather stations and automatic rainfall stations across Odisha. Initially, the first phase, we are setting up automatic weather stations in 314 block headquarters, and more than 7,000 automatic rainfall stations across Odisha. It will cover all Gram Panchayats and all forest areas also, partly with the bank support, partly with the State Disaster Mitigation Fund and other sources. Because we need data for making it more, whether it's a drought plan or flood forecasting, we need the data, so that we will be doing it. And we have entered into, my last line, we have entered into MOUs with the WCD department, other Panchayat Raj department also, because we will not be confined to one. Every year we will be training more and more PRA members, women SSG members, so that everybody is resilient. So that's why we say, I'll end with empowered community, resilient Odisha. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Gyanodas. Thanks for sharing and summarizing, more than 2 decades of, work undertaken by OSDMA, and, also highlighting some of the incremental steps, that has been advanced since the 99 super cyclone and all the subsequent events that took place, after that particular event. I think 2 points which I just want to make, having worked in the state for more than 2 decades now. I think there are very interesting tools that are being developed, and I think these tools are not just available on some gadget, but I think it's something that they're trying to work across multiple institutions, trying to bring data from multiple sources. I think that's the most challenging part, because data does live in many institutions, but how do you bring that data, how do you process it, and how do you bring that to societal applications? I think that's something which Odisha has been aiming forward, and I think one of the applications that Sir mentioned, which was Satark, I think that will undergo significant transformation, where the tool can essentially not be only used for early warning services, but also to look in terms of how that can be used as a potential tool for understanding where the impact of sea level rise will happen, where the impact of possible tsunami risk will take place. And if this data is being made available to the infrastructure developers, the communities, etc., I think it makes them not only empowered in terms of using the data, but they can have the informed choice of development also. Thanks so much for sharing your experience. Let me now ask Swarna Kazi. She has joined us online from Bangladesh. Swarna, can you hear us? Swarna, can you hear us? We can't hear her. Sorry, she's on mute. Swarna, you'll have to unmute your mic, please.
apologies for that. I think I lost connection. Thank you, Anup. Thank you to this esteemed audience. Can you just confirm if you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Can you be a bit louder?
Sure. So Bangladesh recently celebrated 50 years of development cooperation with the World Bank. And a key highlight has been the journey towards addressing climate change and improving the resilience of the coastal zone. So from the outset, the World Bank has been a long-standing partner in the government's efforts to reduce the risks from disasters and enhance coastal resilience. Bangladesh demonstrated how investments in the entire chain of disaster risk reduction saves lives, reduces economic losses, and protects development gains. Proactive policies, sound investments in strengthening resilience across multiple fronts over the last 5 decades have resulted in a drastic decline in the number of casualties from cyclones, which is the key threat to the Bangladesh coast. So in 1970, Cyclone Bhola, this was the world's deadliest tropical cyclone on record, made landfall and devastated the Bangladesh coastline. According to the official estimates, the cyclone resulted in over 300,000 lives lost. So fast forward 50 years, cyclones of comparable intensity resulted in around 100-fold decline of fatalities, which is an incredible achievement. Bangladesh's approach has been an integrated one, from strengthening grassroots, community-level adaptation, community-based early warning systems, to also investing in key protective infrastructure and promoting innovations, all founded in a strategic policy framework. So with the success of these initiatives, Bangladesh emerged as a global leader in climate resilience. So although there has been significant progress, with the coastal population and the economy expected to grow, and the intensity and magnitude of extreme events projected to rise due to climate change, hazard impacts still pose a great threat to the development ambitions of the country. So further actions are needed to improve the resilience of the coastal zone. So what are some of the insights in how to address the impacts of climate hazards? What are some of the drivers of risks in coastal zone? What's been achieved so far in reducing these risks? And what are the lessons learned from these achievements is really critical to understand. So the coastal delta of Bangladesh, it is an engine of growth. So as Bangladesh aspires to eliminate extreme poverty and become a middle-income country, it's important to safeguard sustainable economic growth while protecting the coastal areas from these recurrent disasters. So in view of the long-term challenges presented by climate change and natural hazards, the government of Bangladesh formulated the long-term Bangladesh Delta Plan 2100. So the holistic and forward-thinking BDP 2100 will invest around 2.5% of the country's GDP annually into shoring up resilience and social and economic development. And the more recent Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan will help enhance resilience, grow Bangladesh's economy, create jobs, boost renewable energy while using action on climate change as the catalyst. So more people, livelihoods, and assets can also be protected through more risk-informed planning, risk-based design. And it's also very important to establish an integrated framework for performance criteria for these interventions to go beyond risk reduction and also include growth, well-being, and sustainable development at its core. So at the heart of all of this is that coastal resilience, it's not a static goal to be met, but it's a continuous process. It's of adapting and changing to the changing conditions, and then also finding synergies between the development objectives. But what is clear, it's that in investing in coastal resilience, it will bring multiple benefits. This is for Bangladesh, for India, for all. And the time to act is now to move forward towards a more safe, climate resilient, and prosperous Delta. Thank you.
Thank you, Swarna. And it's incredible to hear these two stories. One from Bangladesh, where you had this kind of a cyclone which took place in 1970. Having a massive devastation, and taking. I think there was a cyclone preparedness program that was initiated, and by putting in people in the front line and putting up systems like early warning, I think it literally paid off. If you look at the last 40 years, I think the casualties, as Gyano Das sir was also mentioning, that putting the systems along with people, embedding early warning systems, having the right mechanism of emergency response, as well as putting all the required infrastructure in place, I think it finally pays off. It's good to also know that that the 2100 Delta plan, I think, is very interesting. I think if people have not seen this plan, which is now being put in Bangladesh, I'll encourage everybody in this room to take a look at that. It's a very forward-looking plan. It really looks into the future. It also addresses, the kind of potential risk that we were discussing in the initial part of my talk. And I think how you build that across sectors, how do you build that across jobs, how do you build that across, saving livelihoods, I think these things does matter a lot. So I'll encourage everyone here in this room to also take a look at that experience that Swarna just talked about and the kind of strategic plan that is being put in place by the government of Bangladesh. Now let me ask Jyoti Nair to come in and share her experiences both from AFD but also the larger aspect of coastal resilience. Over to you.
Thank you, Anup. Thank you so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here. I am Jyoti Vijay Nair from the French Development Agency. For those of you who do not know of what AFD is and what we do in India, I'll just quickly go through a few slides to give you an overview of our activities. Next slide, please. So AFD is a French public sector bilateral development bank with two subsidiaries. Proparco, which is our private sector lending arm, and a second subsidiary, which is Expertise France. It focuses more on technical assistance and knowledge management. We've been around for over 80 years with 115 countries of intervention, 17 regional offices, 85 local offices, over 3,000 plus staff. And mostly our mandate is to work on projects that are 100% climate aligned, Paris Agreement aligned, and 50% of them are in the continent of Africa. Sectorally, we work a lot on infrastructure, hard physical infrastructure, such as transport, urban development, clean energy, water and sanitation. But we also work in agriculture, health, education, financial systems. Next slide, please. In India, naturally, India is AFD's biggest exposure. We have the biggest partnership with a client country in India, and we've invested more than 4.1 billion euros since AFD's inception in India in 2008. 83% of our portfolio has climate co-benefits, and increasingly now we have this mandate to ensure that every new project after 2018 has more than 70% climate co-benefits. I don't think I see the slides here.
Could you please check the slides? I think it's just vanished from the screen.
Okay, I'll just probably look. Can you go back, please? One more. One more? Yeah. We're also trying to align most of our new projects to the gender targets that we have sectorally. So 63% of the Indian portfolio has gender positive impacts. Next slide, please. Operationally in India, we work on three broad verticals: the energy sector, the urban development sector, and the resilience of territory sector, which also looks after the vertical of biodiversity. Approximately on an annual basis, we commit more than 300 million euros every year in sovereign and non-sovereign loans. Next slide, please. In the area of coastal resilience alone and in the oceans economy sector, over 5 billion we've invested from 2008 to 2019 in the ocean sector and largely in blue economy and blue carbon. So on an average, that looks like approximately 7% per annum of our activities. And as of today, 57% of this is dedicated to biodiversity conservation and ecosystem-based services. And the target is to raise this by 70% by 2025. So I'm just going to quickly go through some of the examples of the projects that we have done globally on focusing on coastal resilience. We have an ongoing grant in Mozambique, which looks at nature-based solutions, particularly in the Zambezi Delta region, where we're working on capacity building and trainings with the communities, within the communities, and preparedness activities. We're also looking at financing small infrastructure, building small dikes, drainage canals, and also a major chunk of this grant is dedicated to mangrove management and restoration. In Mexico, we are involved in a development policy loan, which is basically dedicated to the development of a national policy framework promoting resilient agricultural and fisheries practices. And lastly, in Indonesia, I think we've been involved in multiple phases after the 2018 tsunami. Firstly, working with local NGOs to build communities' resilience and do trainings, do capacity building programs. But then lately, we've also been involved in developing forecasting and early warning systems for all the stakeholders that rely on the marine economy. In India, we have had an interesting initiative in the last couple of years, which we call the Indo-Pacific Parks Partnership, which is basically a global network of national parks in the Indo-Pacific region. And it's a platform for these parks to come together and share knowledge, exchange best practices. And the first phase of this was just concluded last year in 2023, which was focusing on terrestrial parks, but now the next phase is about to get launched. And this focuses mostly on marine and coastal parks. And of course, we have the Resilient Kerala P4R program, which is co-financed with the World Bank and the AIIB. So it's under operation, and it's been a wonderful partnership so far. And this program has a component on coastal resilience, which specifically looks at developing shoreline management plans using data from NCCR, as you mentioned, Anup, in the beginning. And of course, AFD's focus is more on urban resilience and in the specific aspect of development of risk-informed master plans. The target by the end of this program is to have 10 municipalities adopt these risk-informed master plans. We have also mobilized a French technical assistance program to support the development of these risk-informed master plans, where we work with the local self-government department of the government of Kerala to build their capacities and to help them with the preparation of these plans. There have been a lot of learning so far, and I'm happy to go over them if we have more time. Yeah.
Sure, thanks, Jyoti, and thanks for taking us through the efforts, taken both globally as well as the initiatives that has been commissioned in the state of Kerala, and especially the one that you talked about, the risk-informed master plans. I think that's a very important topic, and I think there is a lot that one can actually learn from this initiative and the support from AFD. Let me now request Saurav to come in and share his experiences. He is the director at Resilient Infrastructure and Nature-Based Solutions. And I think what Saurav could also briefly talk about is on the kind of investments and the kind of planning processes on NBS at a local level, at the city level. Over to you.
Thank you. Hi, thank you everyone. Good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here and share some of insights from my own professional work in coastal areas, as well as our firm, Sponge Collaborative, a multidisciplinary practice that's focused on the implementation and planning of nature-based solutions. Now, I obviously don't have to state the importance of nature, especially to a state like Goa, where we can say that definitely close to half of their economy is linked to nature in the form of tourism, fisheries, ports, and agriculture. But when we talk about nature-based solutions, it's about how do we now leverage these ecosystems for the purposes of socio-environmental issues, addressing them. And I want to highlight 4 priorities during my talk that are critical for successfully leveraging nature-based systems, and especially in the coastal context, as Anup had mentioned, to really recognize the complexity of coastal processes and the patterns in which we can understand different coastal ecosystems, from wetland marshes to tidal flats to mangroves, and how they interact with estuaries and lagoons, and the roles that different forms of coasts play. And especially in an urbanized coastline, which is most of India's context and definitely Goa's, it's important to understand what is the relationship spatially of these ecosystems to the built shoreline and the upstream urban areas, and the impacts that they have on each other. And this was a project that we did using NOAA's classification system of ecosystems that had very detailed GEOS databases that the US has to really depict the different forms of coastal conditions that can be found in Florida using a taxonomic approach. We would like to ask, like, what is the similar kind of data ecosystem that can enable this to not just understand the patterns of coastal ecosystems, but the processes in terms of sediment flows, tides, and currents that shape these landscapes. Secondly, you can go on to the next slide, is we also contend the reason why we take on the nature-based approach is because it is a lot more effective than gray infrastructure at mitigating multi-hazards, which is exactly the condition that coastal landscapes face. We're not just talking about storm surges, we're not just talking about wave action, we're also talking about coastal erosion, we're talking about saline intrusion, and how near coastal ecosystems will also be affected by extreme heat. And in this context, it's really important to know, especially in these low-lying areas, how we communicate risk. If you go back, this is the project in the Marshall Islands where we are using visualizations of very high-resolution coastal flooding data to show how in different climate scenarios, places that would flood today from a moderate storm and places that would flood 50, 100 years down the line with the same level of storm. And it's important to use these kind of visualizations to talk about highly technical data sets and have these conversations with the communities that if your neighbor down the shoreline is experiencing this tidal flooding today, this will basically be where water is many years down the line. So how do you as a community plan for it? How do institutions plan for preparedness activities? But also how do financing institutions plan for the climate risks for which the infrastructure has to be made resilient? And at this point, I think one of the debates was, does this qualify as adaptation financing, or is this just what we should consider best practices that we inculcate in our planning processes? On the third slide. So it is very important for us to understand nature, understand risk, find ways to communicate those risks in order for us to really leverage nature-based solutions through the protection, restoration, enhancing, and constructing of nature-based solutions. And let's say in the context of Goa, it can't be understated what the importance of really protecting landscapes that are within a 100-kilometer length is to making sure that tourism is something that's attracting the high end of the population. So we are looking at potentially a Costa Rica type tourism scenario and not, let's say, Cancun, for example. But it also means in a highly urbanized condition, what ecosystems to begin to restore that have already been damaged by human activities, what beaches to bring back, what mangroves that might already have been degraded, whether it's through pollution or through encroachment. And enhance is a point that I really want to bring up in light of climate change. What climate change is a stressor for human infrastructure, it's a stressor on the ecosystems as well. So we have to consider that nature-based solutions will be effective only as long as climate change hasn't irreversibly altered the tidal levels, the salinity gradients, and many other conditions that allow these coastal ecosystems to thrive. And so when we see ecosystems like wetlands and mangroves squeezed between what would be warming waters, in fact, in a 1.5C scenario, your coral reefs have already bleached out. in a 2-degree scenario, some of your marshes will be having a tough time, especially when they're cramped between rising sea levels and very hardened shorelines. And this is where we want to bring this idea of what it means to enhance it through the introduction of new resilient species, or through deconstruction, which is at what points do we have to deconstruct some of our hardened shorelines, some of our sediment flows that are no longer there because we have created a bridge, and allow these ecosystems to migrate as sea levels rise. So one of the merits of nature-based solutions is that when managed effectively, they will grow stronger over time, whereas engineered infrastructure, the day you build it, is starting to deteriorate over time. But the important thing is to understand how we manage them well. So when Goa does its biodiversity plan, it's important to understand that we can no longer simply protect coastal ecosystems. We have to have a very proactive management strategy to prepare these ecosystems for sea level rise. I think that's one point I want to bring up, and how we can find ways to finance it is an important discussion. And finally, to recognize that, especially in a very densely populated state where the coast and the shoreline is a finite resource and something that you want to leverage for many social and economic purposes, in a landscape where millions depend on as a source of livelihood and as a place of inspiration and recreation, to look at that same landscape from the lens of ecology, as you see in that diagram, through the NBA strategies that I mentioned, and how we supplement that layer of ecology with risk-sensitive, risk-informed investments, whether it's about creating an infrastructure of cyclone-resistant structures, or how we start building blue-green infrastructure, and how we begin coordinating with culverts and reservoirs to build that resilience. And obviously, recognizing the cultural values that communities embed into those landscapes, and the way in which we start integrating the potential of tourism around that. So this is an example of an estuary in Chennai, the Adya River meeting the Bay of Bengal, and how these 3 different lenses informs urban development priorities. So integrated coastal zone planning, which is something that Goa wants to encourage, and Goa might be the best perfect state to do it. We really need to plan how we manage these 100 kilometers of shoreline in a very multi-sectoral manner, and that, in my opinion, unlocks multi-sectoral investment. So you don't need a separate adaptation facility. You literally are tapping into existing tourism funding, disaster risk reduction funding, water funding. Coastal areas are also going to face saline water issues, how we address that through NBS. These can all come from funds that are not directly meant for climate, but simply the way that we plan and design for them, they become climate resilient. And to conclude, I just end with an image of, after doing these processes, how we really land on the ground, and how this is an example from a project in Dhanushkodi, where we are basically dealing with this idea of how you manage tourism footfall in an eco-sensitive ecological zone, and what are the different materials that are compatible with the sensitive landscape, but also creating a sense of place. So the idea is that resilience can mean significant cultural things to different people, and create that economic purpose that is so important for coastal areas. So this is what we are doing. Nature-based solutions is our goal, but our methods is integrated planning, integrated design, and we can find some creative ways to use existing funding to do climate resilient things. Yeah,
Thanks, Saurav, and thanks for highlighting the kind of solutions that NBS can typically offer, and also for showcasing your slides did show about what kind of geospatial tools need to be applied, and I think one of the things that essentially I learned from having discussed with you over the past couple of months was, how do you build up scenario planning as a kind of a tool in terms of development pathways. And I think having these scenarios prepared using a geospatial approach, also communicating it, I think what's very powerful in some of the slides that you depicted here was to also see in terms of how this can be conveyed to the policymakers, how it can be conveyed to the people who actually would be inundated maybe 15 years, 20 years down the line. I think if those kind of scenarios are something that can be produced, I think it makes a perfect case for all the stakeholders to really come and up the game in terms of how the resilience can be built. I'm mindful of the time, and I think we did get a kind of a very strong insight from all the panelists. But I think before I go and ask questions, let me just check if the audience has any questions to ask. Yes, please come in. And could you please kindly introduce yourself? And if you're targeting the question to any of the panelists, kindly reach out to them.
Hi. Yeah. My name is Anirudh. I'm from Dalberg, which is a consulting firm. And we've been working on the question of climate adaptation for quite some time. But what we're specifically trying to understand is how can capital providers really be able to support solutions that are localized, not just through capital, but also through ecosystem level efforts, right? And when we specifically look at coastal adaptation solutions, right, it's so diverse, not just in terms of the kind of ecosystems you have, in terms of the kind of livelihoods it creates, but also in terms of the kinds of departments that are involved in managing it, all the way from forestry to water department to city planning to coastal resource management. And you also have a lot of innovations that are happening. So from research to think tanks to folks like Sponge Collective who are working on this. So my question, and what you also see is that states are typically constrained, and we've been talking about this for quite some time now at a subnational level in terms of resources for finance, but also in terms of capacity. So what really could be the role of capital providers or people who provide finance at an upstream that is definitely patient, that is going to be cheap, but also beyond that, what kind of initiatives or what kind of support should they be able to provide to people who are actually developing these solutions in a way that they can also bring all these diverse kind of actors together, right? So not just individual solution seeding, but at an ecosystem level, being able to create that space where innovations can happen. So that's my question.
Any other question, or would you like to take it up, Mr. Ji?
I have one question. This is for the gentleman from Sponge Collaborative. You've been working with the governments, right? What is the biggest uptake when it comes to working with the policymakers? What are the barriers as well as the enablers that you've faced it now? And how may you suggest that can be overcome? Thank you.
Second question first, yeah?
Yeah, I'll take the second.
Just one more question.
Sorry, Snoop. Can I add to that?
Yes, Abbas.
So first of all, thanks to all the panelists for great discussion. So two things I wanted to flag. This is, I mean, you can respond if you want to or not respond if you don't want to. So one is that the problem of coastal erosion, which we saw in Odisha also, we've seen it in Kerala. I think in Goa also it's a serious problem. But I think dealing with it requires really a multi-sectoral approach. And it also requires a lot of complex modeling capacity within government, I would say, to kind of model the impacts of interventions on the coast. For example, if you're building a port, it could have positive and negative impacts simultaneously with respect to coastal erosion. So what is the panel's view on this? Like, how should we go about building that kind of capacity within a government? That's number one. And then the other question I had was that, I'm glad that Swarna could join. So Bangladesh and India, I think we've done a fantastic job on reducing the deaths from cyclones. But where we have not done such a great job yet is the protecting livelihoods part of it. So what is the panel's view? What are the things, what are the kind of investments you feel that need to be made? What are the kind of financial instruments that are needed to protect livelihoods? Thanks.
Take the second question first, and then we can.
Yeah, I'll take the second question and somehow also address the other questions that were brought up. One of the things that we have found working directly with the local government or the State Department of Tourism is that they're willing to fund a study if it ends in an implementable project that they can build within their tenure. So when we draw up our scope with them, the planning aspects of them is something that they're not interested in, but something that we push for, so it is actually strategic. And in this context where I feel multilateral financing can play a role is to encourage that practice of planning, which I think is incredibly important in many contexts. Like just to take the case of Goa, let's say if you have a finite resource and you aren't planning for how it happens, or the practice of scenario planning, which there might not be any awareness of what that means. But that's literally what climate adaptation planning is about, is thinking in scenarios, preparing for scenarios. And in the case of a place like Goa or places where we have worked like Dhanushkodi, it's about what scenario of development do you want to trigger through your investments? Because you could either be in a 50-year horizon, a state that is basically burnt through because of mass tourism, and then that landscape is no longer attractive, or you can do the investments now to make it stay attractive. And so this idea of how we time investments, which investments are more timely, requires that effort which state governments or even local bodies aren't willing to make. And so that's why we have been able to only get paid through our, like I mentioned, we aren't saying we do nature-based solutions. We get paid to finish a tourism master plan. We get paid to do a water, stormwater management strategy and things like that. So that, I think, answers that question. And in terms of, and in that context, what is the model for erosion? I think India really needs to develop one. And that requires an ecosystem of knowledge, which I think only needs to happen in a few centers of excellence. It's not something that, it's not expertise that every state needs to have, but that knowledge can be centralized. And like it was brought up in the previous day, knowledge production, data production can be centralized, and then the access to that knowledge needs to be decentralized and localized in application. But we are only now starting to work with a district coast on developing an alternative model for coastal erosion control structurally. That's not groins and seawalls, because you build one groin, you have to build another groin a few years later when that beach has gotten eroded. So obviously that needs a new form of collaboration. So we work with structural engineers who have done seawalls, but they're now wanting to reform it. So we'll have to work together to develop those solutions that are also compatible with the regulatory things that the Environment Department will allow, or things of that sort.
I would like to add the perspective given by my friend and colleague Saurabh regarding soil erosion and the sand erosion. My theory about all this soil conservation and other things are very conservative. First question is that we should diagnose why it is, why the soil erosion is, why this happened, why this is your morphological phenomenon, why this happened, due to climatic changes, due to encroachments, due to hill cutting, whatever, what are the regions are. We should first ascertain the regions, whether it is Goa or Kerala or Odisha or Bangladesh. Once we establish that the regions for this decay, then we can go for a sustained strategy to curb it. So in any case, state specific and throughout the India coastline specific, the first region is the high commercialization levels. What I discussed about my previous talk, that we are using the coastline, shoreline between 200 meters like anything. We are I just spoken about the fly-by-night operators. We are trying to extract the sea like anything, just like a gold mine. So we should work on that, and first of all, a study should be conducted. NIU is working on that, and CSCM worked on that. And in Goa, 13 coastlines are under serious threat. We are in discussion with the Dutch authorities how to retain and regain our coastline, Betal, Batim, to Kolva and others. But before that, we must ascertain the regions for that. If we ascertain the regions, we will be in very better position to retain it and regain it by the natural course. Otherwise, a long coastline of 10 kilometers or 5 kilometers or 2, or whether it is 500 meters also, it is simply not possible by the intervention, human intervention. It requires the natural interferences and our sustained effort and all the effects to nullify them, which resulted into this erosion. My perspective is on that line. House is also open to comment upon it. Thank you.
Dr. Gyanadas, would you like to take this question, what Abbas mentioned on this capacity building aspects as well as on the protection of the livelihoods?
Yes,
The disaster management plans we are preparing earlier, it didn't have a recovery, it's not very explicit. So the disaster management plan that now we are preparing 22 onwards. So we have made a recovery plan is an integral component of the plan. Post and actually PDN is funny, actually we had funny PDN after the funny. So thereafter the outlook or the approach has also been changed at the RCA government level also. So we are not only targeting specific livelihood interventions, also we are mapping the existing government schemes where these at the district level, at the sub-district level, localized livelihood plans also can be prepared also. So we are preparing that also, and we are integrating with various departments. It is not that the the district collector has to approach the relief commissioner for specific livelihood interventions. So we have already those things have been planned, a part of the scheme, part of the training, also the training programs that we are conducting for the PRA members with the Sarpanch or the President Jila Parishad or the Block Panchayat Chairperson. So all these livelihood parts, schemes, opportunities available, funding available is a part of this disaster management plans that we are preparing. The capacity building programs we are preparing also, so that they don't have to approach the government specifically for livelihood programs. But yes, but there are certain areas like Bagapatia where we have taken the rehabilitation projects. We are having a specialized survey for the livelihoods, and we have tied up with the Skill Development Authority of Odisha. So though that the young and boys and girls, their skill aptitude can be mapped, so they can be given training through the Skill Development Authority, so that the alternative livelihoods also they can adopt also.
Jyoti, want to add something? First question.
Yeah, I think I'll try to answer both Abbas, your first question and the first gentleman's question. I'm coming from the lens of urban planning. I'm an urban policy person. So for me, the first step, and it's very top down, the first step is to have, when we do multi-sector projects, the first step is to have a plan. And now whether that is, like a state level watershed plan or a state level coastal plan, and then it penetrates into further levels, into local areas, into cities, into panchayats. So for me, unless and until you don't have an integrated management plan for coasts or for cities, there is no further penetration of that into local areas. And there are no projects that are coming out eventually, even if the local solutions are being built by individuals like Saurav and many other people. So what we're also trying to do through the Kerala program and also in other states that we work in, for example, Himachal, is to make sure that states have, first of all, the adequate planning documents and also a capital investment plan, so that it further percolates into the other departments that are stakeholders. And then, for example, in the case of risk-informed master plans, if I were to talk about Kerala itself, we are currently struggling with preparing risk-informed master plans for coastal cities that have no data on flood risks. And there is no data available at the moment, no complete data available at the moment at the watershed level. So as a part of the program, we've also pushed for the creation of a river basin management authority, which would be probably one of the first in any states in India. But then at the same time, it is this authority that needs to provide the exact data on the river basin, what is the grain size, where exactly does the river turn, and things like that, for the local bodies to be able to take up that information and translate it into an urban master plan. And then from there on, there could be, and this is an example that we've seen in France through our TA that we've been doing. We've seen that a lot of times when you have data to that extent, the municipalities are able to hold a call for proposals and able to pick the right kind of projects that could be financed by the municipality. And of course, there are numerous ways to finance these. There are like multiple instruments, there are taxation mechanisms, and there are funds within the government itself. So, or sometimes the private sector steps in. But that chain of command from like a larger plan to a mid-level plan and then finally projects is something that we're not able to do, and that, in my opinion, requires very top-down level framework for these bottom-up solutions to come up, you know.
Sure, sir.
Just I'll add one more statement. We have tied up with Odisha Livelihood Mission also. We saw in the pre-lunch session there was one farmer producer group's case study was given. So in the most of the disaster prone areas where rural artisans are there or small handloom sectors are there, so also there is an initiative to form farmers producer groups, provide from the Odisha Livelihood Mission. So also the institutional marketing also. So that is being also tied up in Odisha also. Thank you.
I think thanks for addressing some of the question. I think the first question still remains a bit slightly unanswered. I think we can have a separate conversation on that. I think it's already 4 o'clock. I think we probably have to go to the next session. But I think before I wrap it up, I have a few points to make. And I think this again stems from the discussions that we had yesterday. And I think, Abbas, you also touched upon a very important point when you had your session yesterday on the data part of it. I would like to basically say that when you look at most of the developing nations now, I think they have something like a digital coast. You know, this is something where all the data of the coast essentially starts streaming into. And when I say that, it's maybe the bathymetry survey to your risk modeling and all that, because it's very hard for many institutions or many state governments to keep on rolling that modeling work again and again. And I think India as such has a lot of institutions. I mean, when we look at NIOT and look at NCSCM, we have INCOIS. I think there's a wealth of data being mined, I think, almost on a regular basis. There are so many projects which are financed and supported through DST. What is missing, I think, and again, coming from the National Cyclone Risk Mitigation Project experience, it took about 8 to 9 years to get all this data to talk to each other, just to have a kind of an advanced information of how much the storm surge will actually inundate a particular area. So it takes effort, it takes institutions to come together, it takes standard operating procedures to be put in place, it requires a lot of computational power. You also need institutions to, participate with some of the data that they think it's their data, but I think, bringing them together. And I'm also mindful that some of this data, they don't talk to each other because that's how it is prepared. It's done in different environments. You need a lot of mechanisms and, technology to come in and fuse it. And especially when it comes to real streaming of a cyclone data in terms of telling that, this is the level of inundation that can happen. All these years we did have inundation maps which are basically horizontal, but it doesn't tell you the expanse of the inundation. And what we have right now, by bringing a bunch of institutions together, putting it under a kind of a framework, putting up standard operating procedures, having adequate computing capability, we are able to now at least understand these things, much better. So my point here is to basically say that, establishing a data for coastal resilience, I think maybe one way forward to look in terms of making sure the data is available to all the key stakeholders, and also to make sure that the processed data is made available to, all the key stakeholders, through creating a kind of a digital coast. The knowledge platform for coastal resilience, I think this is another point which I just want to make. I think this is significantly missing. I mean, we do have a lot of knowledge. I mean, if I just step back and look at, the embankments that we were designing in Karnataka under the cyclone project, we essentially brought all that experience that the project essentially, put in place in Odisha. And, we took that as a kind of a design sample, and then we educated the team in Karnataka, in Maharashtra, to understand in terms of what it really takes to have a resilient embankment. What kind of, data analytics need to be running at the back end for you to decide in terms of what should be the embankment height, what kind of materials should be chosen. How do you look at, protection of the existing mangroves? What is the kind of productivity that can actually come into the near future if you put this embankment at the right time? Again, what I mean to say here is that in a project mode, we are able to do it, talking to the stakeholders, but I think having a kind of a platform where seamless exchange of information can take place, I think that's something which we haven't attempted, and I think there's a merit in actually doing that. The third point which I also want to emphasize is that on the infrastructure planning and operation of the utilities, I think a large number of utilities, they don't perform well when it is required to be performing well, especially when there are these kind of events. If there is a cyclone or a flooding event, or maybe even a rainfall. I mean, these days, I think even a 1 hour, 2 hour rainfall is good enough for these utilities to malfunction, or they don't really up the game. It's important to look in terms of how these systems are evaluated from its own vulnerability standpoint of view, How do you look in terms of anticipating and absorbing these kind of shocks? I think there's a lot that need to be done for the existing infrastructure, but also to ensure that the new generation infrastructure that actually comes up, can handle this kind of shocks. The last point which I want to make is on the subject of coastal erosion, which we did not discuss much today, but coastal erosion and subsidence are things that are happening across the coastline. I think a lot of people don't talk about the subsidence, but subsidence is a very big problem. And the challenge is that it just doesn't, in itself, is a phenomena, but it actually breaks down the utilities, especially in the coastal areas. The underground utilities, the storm drainages, all these things are, especially the municipal utilities. I mean, they're undergoing tremendous stress as we speak. We are not seeing the impact right now, but just in 5 to 10 years from now, a lot of this infrastructure may become defunct unless and until we start looking and addressing the aspects of operation and maintenance, but also strengthening these systems. The last point, sorry, I had one more point to make, is also to look in terms of fast-tracking the policy considerations when it comes to rehabilitation of people in the coastal erosion areas. What Gyanodas sir just mentioned about Satbaya is very interesting, because if you look at those pictures on the internet, you will see all these tube wells, standing in air, 8.5 meters. There are tube wells all across the coastline, because that's where, the height of the tube well was, where people used to draw water. Now, what you see there in these locations is a tube well, which is like 8.5 meters in the air, and people are still continuing to draw water from it. But it's very important that this rate of erosion and the rate of accretion is something that we need to acknowledge. We need to bring that as part of some kind of a policy measure in terms of how effective rehabilitation measures can be put in place. At the same time, also consider the potential landslide risks, that are also emerging from the threat of cyclones, especially in the states of Maharashtra, Goa, partly Karnataka, Kerala. We are seeing a large number of landslide events, and these locations never had landslides in their history. I mean, if you look at Kodagu, for example, in Karnataka, the cyclone landfall, when it takes place, we always believe that it's just the coast which is getting hit. But these events, they essentially go inside and they create a lot of downpour and leading to kind of, local urban flooding, but also creating a lot of landslides. I think that's all we have today from our side. And I hope it was a kind of a session where we all take some key takeaways, and we join for a photograph and then close the session. Thank you so much.
Well, check. Can we just increase this? Thank you. Thank you so much, Anup sir, everyone on the panel for this session, which hits pretty close home. So I request everyone to please step up. May I request Ms. Yolanta to please join us for a photograph at this moment. Ladies and gentlemen, as the final panel of the conference winds up, we are just left with valedictory. And while you've been clapping since the day one for each one of the speakers, panelists, presenters that have come up on the stage, this time, may I ask you to please put your hands up for yourselves, for your passion, your commitment. You've been with us over the last 2.5 days, and you've all been an amazing audience. And let's clap louder for the person sitting next to you. Thank you. And this leaves us with the valedictory session, prior to which I shall invite you all out in the foyer for a cup of tea and coffee. As you're all aware, the Honorable Minister for Transport, Industries and Protocol for the Government of Goa, Mr. Movin Godino, will be joining us as a part of the high-level valedictory. And he's about a few minutes away. So best time for us to make use of this time and adapt to the change. So let's have a cup of tea and coffee. Let's see you back here in 20 minutes. So this is just to let you all know that the Honorable Chief Guest of the afternoon is already here. He is in the pre-function enjoying the same tea and coffee that we just had. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and a very warm welcome. Let's give a round of applause as we have in the hall with us now our special chief guest for the valedictory session of this conference, the Honorable Minister of Transport, Industries, Panchayat and Protocol for the Government of Goa, Mr. Morvin Godino. Of course, he's being greeted right now by Ms. Jennifer Sara, the Global Director for Climate Change Global Practice, World Bank. May I request Mr. Movin Godino to be kindly escorted to the stage by Dr. V. Kandavelu, the Secretary Finance, Goa, Mr. Deepak Singh, the Lead Disaster Specialist, CCNDRM World Bank Group, and of course also inviting Ms. Jennifer Sara onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep the applause going. This is pretty much your last rounds of clapping this year in Goa. So ladies and gentlemen, as we come to this valedictory session of the very specially held Climate Change and Development Partners Meet here in Goa, I would first of all like to start by complimenting the organizers, whether it was the choice of venue last year, Kerala, or the choice of venue this year, Goa. Every single minute that you spend in a destination like this, with its beauty and its vulnerability, it continues to remind you that how important it is to respond to the call for climate resilience, climate action, and sustainability and environment conservation. And with this, over the last 2 days, there have been some amazing panel discussions. There have been some riveting presentations. And of course, there has been a whole lot of networking off the stage as well. As we come to this valedictory session, we would first and foremost like to start by inviting Mr. Deepak Singh to present a welcome memento to our chief guest of the moment, Shri Movin Godino. We would also like to now welcome on stage Dr. V. Kandavelu with a memento. Okay, yes, sir. So Deepak Singh, sir, will present it to you. We are welcoming you to the stage, sir. And though this event is brought to you in partnership, in collaboration with World Bank and the Government of Goa, I would like to request Mr. Deepak Singh to also welcome on stage Ms. Jennifer Sara. Because you're in Goa with us, and we would like to say thank you so much to you for being here in Goa. Thank you, and requesting you all to settle down. Ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to invite on the podium the Secretary Finance Goa, Dr. V. Kandavelu, to start this session with his concluding remarks.
Good evening, friends. So it's a great honor to be sharing stage with our Honorable Minister for Transport, Panchayat and Protocol Government of Goa, Mr. Movin Godino, Jennifer Sara, and Deepak from the World Bank Group, and all other dignitaries who are of the dais. So in the last, yesterday and today, we had fruitful deliberations on the blended finance facility to achieve climate and disaster resilient greener Goa with multi-sectoral approach, including clean energy, green tourism, green economy, disaster risk reduction based sustainable growth with convergence of governance. These deliberations have highlighted the need for collaboration between public, private and philanthropic capital to unlock the developmental gains to address the issue of climate change. The government alone cannot solve this issue or mitigate this issue, so it has to be a collaborative approach. Against the backdrop of shrinking fiscal space, there is a need to tap the resources available with institutional and philanthropic investors. These discussions have also highlighted that one of the main barriers for climate funding is a high degree of risk and uncertainty involved in these projects. The use of blended finance mechanism using various blended financing instruments is to de-risk or reduce the risk or rebalance the risk in such a way that the commercial sustainability of the project is improved and rewards are made available proportionate to the risk sharing. As I said, that the Climate and Disaster Resilient Greener Goa is a project which is comprehensive and requires convergence of governance. Here, this is a major challenge, and the government departments are generally used to working in silos, and here it cannot be. So it has to be, there should be a horizontal collaboration and cooperation between these entities so that the plans are effectively implemented on the ground. This will be possible with the technical and financial support from the World Bank, guidance from Niti Aayog, and participation from all the stakeholders in which departments and the crucial drivers of this entire mission will be able to achieve the results. So this particular project should not be left to the Department of Environment and Climate Change alone, and it is a collective responsibility of the other departments which have to play a very crucial role, like Electricity Department, Forest Department. They have to understand the linkage, importance, role, and actions to collectively implement this program. Yesterday, during the inaugural session, we signed and shared memorandum of understandings with NABARD, SIDBI, Power Corporation of India, along with World Bank and BCG. So the proposed facility is expected to serve as a flagship pilot that can be replicated and scaled up not only here but also abroad if required. It aims to achieve this by testing and demonstrating the viability of green financing vehicles which can be operated on a commercial, transparent and sustainable basis, properly allocating and pricing risks and minimizing public liabilities. So yesterday, our Honorable Chief Minister, along with the Minister for Environment and Law and Judiciary, and the Chief Secretary, they assured that the Government of Goa will be extending full support and cooperation for the successful implementation of this project. I wish to thank the World Bank for choosing Goa State for this project and the innovative initiative for creating blended finance platform. Being a small state, we have the advantage that we can successfully implement this plan and also showcase this success through results and others. So I extend my best wishes for the success and thank each and everyone for joining us in this valedictory section. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kandavelu. Ladies and gentlemen, as over the last 2 days we talked about climate change, and every year as our breaths are blown away by record-breaking temperatures, whether on the lower side or the higher side, let me tell you that our next guest joining us on the podium is also a record holder of sorts. He holds the unique record of being elected to the Goan Assembly 7 times in a row. So ladies and gentlemen, let's have a resounding applause for Mr. Morvin Godino as I invite him on the stage to deliver the keynote address.
Dr. Kandavelu, our Finance Secretary, Ms. Jennifer Sara from the World Bank, Deepak Singh, dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. Here we are deliberating on, I would say, very important subjects which impact us on a daily basis, impact our lives, whether you're in Goa, whether you're in India, or all over the world. In fact, over the last 2 days, yesterday and today. I'm sure the World Bank, along with the other agencies who have signed a memorandum of understanding, must have clearly envisaged what needs to be done, the extent of collaboration that has to be there, and what is the way forward to see that this climate change which is affecting the day-to-day life, how to minimize the impact, how to prevent that, what are the steps that need to be taken to see that we reduce our carbon footprint. We must realize one thing. There were times when perhaps the developed countries at one point of time thought it was their privilege to get developed and yet not bother about climate change. The developing countries, the poor countries, had to strictly follow norms. And I, for one, want to say what was the reality. Today, with the global melting and the changes that are taking place, we are realizing how soon the doomsday would be near. We talk of a rise in the water level in the oceans, in the waters. Why? Because the way we go about doing our things in day-to-day life, whether it is an individual, whether it is industry, whether it is those very things which take us to a high of having a very high level of development, but not bothered about how actually it is affecting our climate. In my own very state of Goa, I want to say, we were used to monsoons for 4 or 5 months. We had good winters. We used to feel cold in December. We had summer months, April, May, and then the lovely rains come June up till September. Today, earlier on, I want to also tell you, I used to say to my friends and the various social interactions, don't be surprised if we will have snow coming in December. People used to have a laugh. Today, we don't have the snow. But in interior of villages, we have sometimes had hailstorms where pieces of ice have been dropping in the villages. So much for climate change. We have had suddenly rains coming down, pouring at times when we never dreamt there could be rains in Goa. We have suddenly the atmosphere so hot, humid as never before. So things are changing for us to realize with the direct impact on each one of us. When is it that we are actually going to contribute to saving our Mother Earth, to see that things don't happen in a manner that we would get natural disaster as a foregone conclusion impacting each one of us. That's why it is very heartening that the World Bank, along with the other agencies who came together, with all of you around, are thinking of ways how to get this going. It cannot be only the concerned ministry doing this. It cannot be only the governments doing it. Each and everyone has to collaborate, whether it is industry, whether it is our social groups, whether it is we as individuals. The thinking has to change and change drastically. Taking responsibility on each one of us. We have to realize if we don't think of the future, not only we will be destroyed for the present, but we have and should have a concern for the future generations. What type of Mother Earth are we going to leave for them? What is the type of nature that is going to be there? We have experienced good things as well. We are now noticing the changes taking place, but what will happen to the future generations if we continue as we are moving? That's why we need to give a very, very serious thought, and merely not thoughts. We have to get going. We have to move forward, whether it is the governments, whether it is the World Bank, whether it is different agencies. Just as nowadays under CSR we are able to do so many things. Why is it done? Why is it permitted? Why is it the norm? Because you cannot expect only governments to raise the money and have the money and do everything. It needs collaborative effort. If only the haves, I would say, the rich people, the rich industry, which have enough at their disposal, with merely giving some small contributions in terms of CSR is not enough. They have to take responsibility. Certain amount of responsibility has to be fixed on them. The World Bank, through its, I would say, influence over the world, try to persuade people, especially those who can do those type of things, to see that we really contribute to saving our Mother Earth. And that is what should be the first agenda before us at such conferences. I know Government of Goa has been working in various ways. In fact, my Honorable Chief Minister as well as others must have enunciated here what we are doing. Sustainable growth, how to sustain ourselves in a small state. Sometimes, and I think, as I was speaking a little earlier, Goa perhaps can be the best example where the World Bank, where all the agencies can showcase in this small, tiny state, this is what we have done. It is the ideal example of moving against the climate change, of doing things, building up the nature, building up the ecosystems, which otherwise were almost destroyed. This is one place where you can showcase that. As an example to rest of the country and rest of the world perhaps. You can start from here. It's not that because it is my state that I'm telling you, but here would be a classic example because we are small in size and small is beautiful. Make it beautiful because we are blessed by nature. We are blessed with everything. But sometimes we think going haywire in such a manner that we wonder whether it will remain the same. Let me be honest. It is there where all of you have to step in. And mere legislations or mere directives are not enough. We should think out of the box, devise ways where every citizen feels like contributing, feels like doing something, his might, in the great task of saving our earth, saving our nature, saving our world for a better future for the future generations. This is what we has to be the new thinking. And I think World Bank, because world means it obviously is the entire world. When you are there at that level, it is from you all that a direction of a different nature has to come. Merely having conferences, just issuing circulars, literature is not going to do that. We should see something happening on the ground. And this something happening on the ground, let Goa be a classic example. I am sure you all will take the lead. And with all of you so concerned about what is happening in the world as far as climate change is concerned, I think it is but natural that you have a good mindset to really work towards that. Just think of it. If you have the glaciers melting, if you have the water levels to rise, my own example, we have our Miramar beach here. We have various beaches. All will disappear in a jiffy if the water levels rise. In fact, there is a prediction after 50 years, it is going to happen. There are people who are saying it already. Are we not going to prevent it? Can we not take those steps which would perhaps help to conserve the beaches and see that these water levels don't rise? Yes, it has to be a concerted effort at every level. It is only then we can work towards betterment of humanity. We must realize ultimately, as our Honorable Prime Minister said, one earth, one sun and all that. We are all one ultimately. We are all humans. We have to think the whole world as one. We have to think the whole country as one. We have to think and work for each other. It is only then you will be practically be able to reach those levels where at least you would be satisfied. I have done my bit to conserve the world, to conserve nature, to see it going away from disaster. Each one of us, once we contribute, in sum total, it is going to be something really strong and worthwhile. It is only then we can save our world. And this is what I am sure, what you have deliberated in last 2 days is actually going to fructify into real action in the small state of Goa, which all of you perhaps would be very kind to note and actually see it happening in front of you. Of course, my state would be a beneficiary, being Goa and being our state, that you would be doing it first. But at least let's have an example. So let Goa truly be an example. I'm sure my Honorable Chief Minister and the others must have promised you as much help as possible. We certainly would be collaborating partners. We would do all that is necessary to save and preserve nature in its pristine glory, what Goa has actually been blessed with. If you contribute, if we contribute, if all of us collaborate, it would be a different place to live on. And Goa, as it is the most preferred tourist destination, one of the best places to work, that's how you have people coming all over the world. The other day, by my side, not knowing me, I had an American sitting by the side. Of course, she's an Indian who is settled there, become an American citizen. And she had this to say to her colleague, my son has told me, the only place where you should have a second home is Goa. I'm going to Goa to see a place for me. This is the thing as far as Goa is concerned. So that's why I'm saying, for more reasons than one, we should conserve this place, keep it beautiful, do all that is necessary, and by your collaborative effort, let us maintain it as one of the best places, showcase it as one place where all of us have worked together and kept it as it is, or even made it more pristine and more glorious. This is what I hope will be the message from this particular climate change conference. I am sure we deeply, as good humans, are as deeply concerned as anyone else. Let us work towards that. Let us collaborate. Let us really contribute to the great task of saving our Mother Earth, of saving ourselves from disaster, of having a small thought, a beautiful thought for the future generations. Let us think about them, the future generations that are going to come, the future births that are going to place, whether we will leave something for them, what is pristine, what is glorious, Mother Nature, what has given us, whether we'll think about them, leave something for them. Our thoughts should actually convey it in real actions. With this, I once again thank you for inviting me, and I'm sure this particular conference is going to go a long way, a very long way, in really getting something done for our beautiful state, in formulating those plans for the future of our country's environment, our world environment, for humanity, for the good of everyone. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Mr. Godino, for your very, very impassioned words and your vehement call to action. Ladies and gentlemen, I could make out Ms. Jennifer Sara was listening very, very intently. So no wonder it's her time on the podium now to deliver a concluding address, and I'm sure she'd have some amazing things to say to the minister, sir.
So, thank you very much, Honorable Minister Godino. It's a bit difficult to follow your passion, and thank you for the inspirational words. And Secretary of Finance, Kandavelu, I really, on behalf of the World Bank team and all of the participants here, would like to thank from the bottom of my heart the incredible hospitality and reception you've provided us. We learned that Goa is a small state with a huge personality. We thank you so much last night for the cultural event. We learned so much. And Minister, when you were speaking now, this morning, many of us got up very early, at 6:30, and we were actually able to go out and see the wonderful work you're doing to preserve the ecosystems, and importantly, to meet the scientists who are out there who are doing the beach conservation, beach restoration, the mangroves. We were actually able to get out on a boat, go into the estuary, and guess what we got to see? We were fortunate to see dolphins. So it was worth waking up. But just seeing the nature and humanity and everything, ecosystems coming back, but people also thriving off of them. So I'm actually delighted and honored to be able to address you at the closing session. I was able to join the opening yesterday. of the second India Climate and Development Partners Meet in 2024 and the first time in Goa. And we're absolutely delighted to be here in Goa and also to be able to support you at the launch of the Blended Finance Facility, which is again, first of its kind in innovation for subnational government in India. These have been very deep discussions, 2 full days of very deep technical sessions. I learned a lot, many of us learned a lot, and it was not just in the podium, but also the tea breaks and the lunches and the dinner, how we developed new partnerships, we shared experiences and commitments for us to continue working forward. We learned that there are so many, not problems, we know the problems, but opportunities, solutions, different approaches. We learned all kinds about innovative finance, public, private, from Goa, from across India, from outside of India, from Africa, having also the rest of Asia, and global experiences. So it's just been fantastic to bring all that knowledge together. We all know the unpredictable nature of climate change and the development needs and how we all has to, it's everyone at the wheel together as we deliver development impact, but also look and build resilience on the work we're doing. So again, we applaud the government of Goa's visionary commitment to addressing climate challenges and also to stay focused on social, environmental, and economic development, how important that is. It's with great pride that we stand here as partners in your journey, and we look forward to our continued work together. At the World Bank, we have our vision statement, which resonates very much, Minister, with what you just said, and it's really to create a world free of poverty on a livable planet, and I think we all share that commitment. So once again, thank you very much, and also Deepak, I would like to thank you and the whole World Bank team for bringing this big event together. So Navas, I won't say everyone's name because I know it's a whole team, but thank you so much, especially from our Delhi office. Thank you.
Inviting Mr. Deepak Singh now on the podium to deliver a vote of thanks to everyone here.
Thank you. I think we are coming to the close of this India Climate and Development Partners Meet, second edition, which is 2024. My job is to now acknowledge the efforts put up by several people. There have been over 200 participants and several other people who have been working silently behind it to make this event come together and take place. It would not be possible for me to probably name everyone, and therefore I will try my best to include as many as possible, but please excuse me if I have not personally or by name acknowledged you. Our thanks are due to everyone present here and those who have already left and those who have worked from behind the scene. So this is a platform that was curated, and it's a highly meaningful platform for exchange of ideas and for learning from peers, and that's what I guess we have been doing for last 2 days. This would continue. It's our resolve and commitment that we will meet again next year. We will let you all know what the venue is, what the dates are, but it should be more or less same time next year. I think this has brought together a lot of valuable knowledge from a lot of flagship engagements of different agencies who are present here, including World Bank, several other multilateral agencies, bilateral agencies. We have also learned quite a lot from the community organization, NGOs, organizations which are participating in skill building on arts and crafts and livelihood, so on and so forth. So thanks to everyone. We have had participation from several Government of India ministries, public sector institutions who have come here. We extend our sincere appreciation to everyone who came here. And as stewards of India's economic stability, social well-being and environmental conservation, I think we value your commitment in fostering the sustainable development. Together with the preparedness on the disaster management side, and we also take inspiration from your climate ambitions that several agencies have indicated, including the Government of Goa, which is at the kind of forefront of it, and it has been demonstrated time and again through various spokespersons from the government, including the Chief Minister, the Minister Present, Secretaries, so on and so forth. We have had substantial participation from the leadership of Government of Goa, and we commend the state's climate vision and foresight in acknowledging the climate threats and opportunities. As Jennifer mentioned, that these are not necessarily problem. These are opportunities to make good, do better, and realize the not only the vision of World Bank, but the vision that the humanity would like to see for itself for a better future. So we have had the presence of Dr. Pramod Sawant, the Honorable Chief Minister of Goa, Mr. Alexio Securia, the Minister of Environment. We have the presence of Mr. Movin, the Minister for Transport, Industries and Panchayat, Dr. Puneet Goyal, the Chief Secretary, Dr. Kandavelu, Mr. Arun Kumar Mishra was here, and a large team from the Goa Biodiversity Board led by Dr. Pradeep, Michelle, and several others. So our thanks to everyone. We have had several financial institutions also present here, namely NABARD, SIDBI, Power Finance Corporation. They've also shown their commitments in real terms by signing the MOUs that were again referred in Jennifer's address and also in the Minister's address. So we thank them all for coming here, and not only for coming here, but showing continued support to the development and the vision of Government of Goa. We also have participation from multilateral and bilateral agencies. So I would like to thank FCDO, AFD is present here. We got support from GFDRR, that's part of World Bank, ISA, and some of my colleagues, Jennifer, Abhas, Rahul, who are present here. Thank you for coming, and thank you for inspiring us and giving us some direction so that we can move forward together with Government of Goa. We have had several startups, so their founders, people who are associated with them. We have heard them in discussions. We heard them on the curtain raiser. So I thank all of them who are present here. There are other partners who have made this event come together and go on flawlessly for last 2 days, 3 days in fact. Our AV partner is Forest Communication. I think they have done a fabulous job of putting all this together, through which we have been able to address you all, see you all, and it has worked flawlessly. Taj, Siddhartha Goa, where we are sitting, they have also gave us good services and hospitality. And the Kadamba Transport Corporation, who also provided transport services. So we thank them all. We also have some of our technical partners here who have done a lot of analytics and the work which has gone behind conceiving this blended finance facility and conceiving this association of the World Bank and Government of Goa. There is a Boston Consulting Group, they were here yesterday. There is Celestial Earth, who is providing us analytical services. There is Edelman, who has provided us support for organizing this meet. So thanks to them. I think while I have rattled out so many names, some of those who are present here I might have skipped is for want of time, but I would like to all of you to acknowledge some of the people who have been silently working behind the scene and from Government of Goa and the World Bank side. And if I can have Mr. Dr. Pradeep, Michelle from the Biodiversity Board, Pankhuri from the World Bank team, Yashika, Deepak Malik, and Atul, also from the World Bank team. Thank you. We have worked silently behind the scene to put this thing together. Thanks. Thank you all. Thank you, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the end of the conference for this year's edition. And as I request all the guests on the stage, may I request you to step forward for a group picture. Ladies and gentlemen, for the ones that are departing today from Goa, I wish you all safe departures. For the ones that are staying back for a little bit of vacation, I wish you lots of fun in exploring Goa. And to my friends who are Goans here, till I meet you again, Dev Bore Korum. This has been a great event, and thank you so much for your company and all the applause and all the support over the last 2 days. Have a good day ahead, everyone.